Chapter 2199. It had to be said that this news had quite a big impact on Lu Xiaoyi. He had always been looking forward to the final stage of the Great Tao competition. It was destined to be a fierce and cruel process, but he had no idea how it would be displayed. Now it was clear. It would be in the form of a Great Tao tablet, standing tall in the land of the Yellow Dragon, placed in front of all the cultivators in the universe, accepting their judgment. This judgment would probably not be decided by voting. That would be too easy to manipulate. It would be more likely that it would be judged by the public opinion. That would be in line with the style of the cultivation world. To put it simply, it wouldn't be a boring comparison of numbers like this Great Tao having 1 million votes and that Great Tao having 10 million votes. Instead, it would be based on the method of cultivation. For example, if my Tao Steely had a higher potential than yours, your Tao Steely would have a potential of 10,000 feet while mine would have a potential of 30,000 feet. This was a comparison of popularity. Every cultivator had a scale in their heart. It would not be dominated by external forces. Of course, this was only a part of establishing a great Tao. There was something more important, the idea that truly belonged to the core of a great Tao. When all aspects were combined, it would be the foundation of a new great Tao. There was an even more important question. Senior, if there was such a great Tao, 2 people, or even more people established it, would they be able to coexist? If they couldn't, how would they decide who was better? Would it be a competition between the great Tao tablets? Or would it be a competition between the cultivators who established the great Tao? Lu Yuzi chuckled and pointed at him. The disciplinary enforcer is tempted. But it's no wonder. Any cultivator with ideals in this area would be tempted. If others established it, then should I establish it or not? Let nature take its course. If you think it's mature, then go and establish it. Accept the selection of all the cultivators in the universe. Be open-minded. If there's good advice, just accept it. If there's nonsense, just ignore it. This is something you must have. You're talking about 2 or more people establishing the same great Tao or similar great Tao. This is a very common phenomenon, no one can avoid it. I don't know what kind of method will be used to solve it, but at least for now, there's no need to decide who's better. It's still early, it's far from being finalized. Lu Yuzi sighed. The stage has been set up, and the curtains have been drawn. Those who are interested in the leading roles and supporting roles can go on stage and show everyone. There's no reason to hide. As the epoch changed, only one cultivator could comprehend a great Tao. When the time came, there would naturally be rules on how to compete. There was no need to set them down right now. Now, it was time for him to show himself. But from what I understand, although you don't have to be too anxious about your cultivation, it's not good to be too late. You have to give other cultivators enough time to understand your philosophy. Establishing a great Tao at the end of a great era's transition wasn't something that could be done. At the very least, it proved that one lacked confidence. If you don't believe it yourself, how can you make others believe you? This was a rumor, but it was also a fact. The world of cultivation was such a mystical place. There was no organization, no institution, and no level that could decide such a huge matter. No one had the qualifications to do so. There was no official announcement, no public announcement, no imperial edict. When you heard this news, you would naturally be able to judge whether it was true or false. Just like Lu Xiaoyi now. When so many people started to set up a monument in the land of the Yellow Dragon, and there was no accusation or refutation of the rumor, it actually meant something. It still needed to ferment. Not too long later, this news would spread to the entire cultivation world of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly realized that his future schedule seemed to have become very busy. Hunting down Zerg's Hongpan and setting up his own monument seemed to be urgent matters. Lu Yuzi looked at him meaningfully. I pulled Enforcer over because I wanted to know what Enforcer's future schedule was. If you want to set up a monument in the Yellow Dragon, now is the time to go over and investigate. Before the news of Zerg's Hongpan spread, it's still not too late to stop. If the news of Zerg really spreads, there's no turning back. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate. Let's continue. Since we've decided, it's not good to change it. If the problem of Zerg's Hongpan isn't solved, I don't have the mood to set up a monument. Besides, do we lack these hundreds of years? Lu Yuzi gave him a thumbs up. Enforcer, your Taoist heart is firm and indomitable. Since the plan has been decided, I'll accompany you. Ever since the old man had returned to the exterior, they still had a lot of things to arrange. Spreading news was also a skill. They needed to beat around the bush, and use other people's mouths to express their inner thoughts. If they were to hold a Dharma assembly in such a hurry and announce it loudly, they would be at a disadvantage. It would make people suspect that they had something to hide. Lu Yuzi, who was well informed, was very familiar with this kind of thing. After they left, only the 3 of the 5th ring were left. Lu Xiaoyi told them about Lu Yuzi's Dao monument, and immediately the 2 of them were itching to hear it. Shishi chuckled. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law eventually. My Dao of life is the same. I just don't know if there's a Dao of life in the land of the Yellow Dragon. If there is, then I'll have to teach him how to be a human. Smokey snorted. This is pure bandit logic. If you can't solve the Dao, then you'll solve the person who established it. Shishi said matter-of-factly, what's wrong with that? It's the same as senior sister, you're not a bandit. Every one of them had been preparing for at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, on the path of innovation. Although they all looked indifferent, in fact, they were all scheming in their hearts. Monsters like them all had hidden ambitions and were waiting for an opportunity to take action. This was a big stage to face the scrutiny of the entire universe's cultivation world. However, if there were hundreds or thousands of Dao being scrutinized at the same time, the pressure was actually not as great as one imagined. Most of the cultivators who passed by would just give it a try. Only those who had a common goal would nitpick and nitpick. Now, no one had an accurate judgment of how many years were left until the end of the era, and there was no so-called timetable. Everything moved according to the general trend of the universe and was not fixed. If 4 of the 5 seals collapsed at once like the 5 seals, the remaining dozens of Dao might not be able to hold on for long. One hidden concern was that through the more and more arrangements made by the Immortals in the lower bound, it was obvious that the Immortals had also sped up their plans to make a comeback. This meant that in terms of time, one could only calculate in a hurry and not in a relaxed manner. After all, Shishi was from a big sect. His state of mind was calm. Senior sister and I will go back to the interior sky and start making arrangements for Zerg's red pan. If we don't deal with this before setting up the Dao monument, it won't do us any good. Lu Chong, you wait here for Qing Xian and then make a decision. We'll wait for you in the interior sky. Chapter 2200. In the quiet void, Lu Xiaoyi was the only one left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Everyone was running for their lives on this road. He needed to think more thoroughly about this road. He was not in a hurry to contact the heavenly eyes to look for the ancient beast god. This was the reason why he asked the heavenly eyes to help him. He had to start from the encounter of the dozen beast stars in Guaxing. But before that, he had to wait for news from Qing Xian. Firstly, this friend had the same meticulous thinking as him. Secondly, he had to find the mastermind behind the few monsters. Although he was now basically sure that it was the work of the ancient Blood Jie sect of the Celestial Court, this was only a guess. He still needed to confirm it and find the middleman. It was impossible for the Celestials to personally descend to the lower bound to nag in the ears of the big rooster and bubblefish. They could only use some half-Celestials as a middleman. This was very significant for their next step of destroying the Red Flood. The change of the era, in the recent series of events, was no longer an illusory prospect. It was a pressure that was getting closer and closer. He seemed to be able to hear the footsteps of the history of cultivation approaching him step by step. Up until now, everything he had encountered was inseparably related to the Celestials of the upper bound. This showed the urgency. The Celestials of the upper bound had a deeper understanding than the half-Celestials. Was he ready? Had everything been arranged properly? Had he thought it through thoroughly? Had he made a record to prevent accidents? Had he prepared to cut off all means of retreat? He was very clear that he had not. But he was even more clear that even if he were to prepare for thousands of years, he would still not be fully prepared. This was not something that a half-celestial of the lower bound could prepare for. Zerg's Red Flood was still within his plan, but Lu Yu's news about the monument in the land of the Yellow Dragon made him very passive. He had a feeling that his rhythm was disrupted. He knew where this feeling came from. There was no other reason. He had prepared too much for the new Tao. Others were working on one, but he had done two at once. Stars, balance. That wasn't all. Just in case, he was prepared to take over the grand Tao of overturning triplet, devour, heavenly tribulation, and samsara. Looking at the history of cultivation, the best way to achieve such a subversive Tao was to balance it among the mainstream orthodoxies. For example, he was planning to return the devouring to the Buddhist sect's military monks, return the heavens trial to Qing Shen of Taoism, and return the samsara to the sword vein. In the future of cultivation, there would be no need to talk about the second brother. However, this was only in theory. It was filled with endless variables. Another extreme case was to overthrow the Gui Yi family. When a person was evil to the extreme, no one would call them evil anymore. They could only say that this person had opened a new era. No matter if it was Qing Xian or Yang Cheng marching monk, none of them had the ability to do this. The only one who could do this was himself. However, this was an extreme last resort. He didn't want to go to this step. Moreover, there were many unrealistic aspects in the operation. He was only silently preparing, but he didn't want to tell his friends. This was because he didn't trust his friends. The pressure was great. For the time being, he could only bear it alone. He didn't know when all the cultivators had established their own Tao. Would anyone be able to see this subversive nature? If they did, then it would be the start of a life-and-death battle. Those conservative forces would do everything possible to destroy such a Tao. They would spare no effort and do whatever it took. The only one who vaguely knew part of it was Qing Xian. Hopefully, this guy's nerves were strong enough to withstand it. Friends, of course, should bear the burden together. He couldn't bear it all alone, could he? In his heart, he actually wanted to go to the land of the Yellow Dragon to have a look. Not to set up a monument, but to see what other people's Tao monuments were like. This kind of curiosity was very strong. It was an irresistible temptation for any cultivator who was determined to achieve the Tao. It was precisely because Shi and Yang Cheng wanted to resist this temptation that they had to rush back to the interior heaven to do things. They wanted to dilute their curiosity through doing things. It was the same for him. So he couldn't go. As long as he went to take a look, he would no longer have the heart to think about Zerg's redness. The Tao. This was something that determined every cultivator's fate. Who wouldn't yearn for it? A month later, Qing Xian arrived as scheduled. With Qing Xian's reminder, Lu Xiaoyi turned into Streaky Pork again. They wanted to sing a two-man show to completely solve this problem. They needed a good guy and a good guy. It wasn't suitable to use Lu Xiaoyi himself. However, if it was a phoenix who was always known for being cold and strict, everything would be natural. Looking at the empty sky, the four monsters were a little dumbfounded. Where was the melon star? Such a huge celestial body was eaten by the bugs just like that. They felt inexplicably uneasy here. The two half-immortals quickly communicated the situation. Qing Xian said concisely, it was done by an interior ancient blood body cultivator. He used a special method of demon-beast sacrifice to gain the trust of these few idiots. They thought that they were favored by the heavens and that the heavens would give them a great responsibility. The four idiots were all present, so there was no difference in priority. The only difference was that Wild Boar and Little Meow still put you as their first choice even after being brainwashed. The other two didn't know you, so, from what I know, there are still immortals from the ancient Blood Jie sect in the Immortal Court. So all of this might be their arrangement. The specific reason is unknown. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He told Qing Xian about his and Lu Yu's analysis. Both sides reached a consensus. What should we do to these four guys? I have a headache too. Qing Xian originally expected the problem to be with Big Rooster and Bubblefish. If that was the case, he had many ways to solve it. However, If the 4 monsters were involved, Lu Xiaoyi also had a headache. Treat them separately? That's not fair. It would create a separation between the 4 monsters. Moreover, it wasn't easy for Wild Boar and Little Meow to make friends. They couldn't accompany these monster friends forever. They had to have their own lives and their own circle. Do you think that ancient blood body cultivator will still use these 4 idiots? Qing Xian shook his head. Impossible. The 4 of them are disposable. That ancient blood body cultivator is very cunning. He won't do it again after the first time. After all, he knows about our relationship with the monsters. Lu Xiaoyi agreed. Then, let's do it this way. Let's pretend that we don't know. A cultivator will always make mistakes in his life. This is the price to pay for growing up. If we explain to them too clearly, they will be timid and suspicious when they encounter opportunities in the future. They will miss it. Let's let them live happily. Let's find a chance to kill that ancient blood interior half-immortal. Qing Xian nodded. He also had the same idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to bring the 4 guys here. Well, we have to find something for them to do. I think they will easily be up to no good when they are idle. It just so happens that we need to spread the news about the disaster of the Beast Star and find the location of the next red flood tide. They will be the ones to inform the monsters in the North Heaven. When they are tired from the journey, they won't think too much. Chapter 2201. Lu Xiaoyi began to play the role of a phoenix. As the king of all beasts, he had the right to guide the beasts under him. Cultivation is like a boat. Everyone has to be prepared to steer it. The lamp of life is lit by passion. The boat of fate is changed by hard work. Don't be complacent about what you've done. All living beings have their eyes in front because nature is telling you not to look back, but to look forward. Qing Xian was also beating the gong. There is only one path that you can't choose, the path of satisfaction. There is only one path that you can't give up, the path of growth. Responsibility is the most important motivation for growth. Only by constantly adding more burdens to yourself can you reach a height that you can't even dream of. Is saving Melon Star the end? There is also the northern elephant sky. There is also the entire universe. Lu Xiaoyi flapped his noble wings. As a king of 1,000,000 years, he had the obligation to teach the children how to do things. You are in the best stage of your beast life, like a newborn star. Some people say that the heavenly Tao can forgive the mistakes made when you are young. Youth is running hard and then falling beautifully. Be a torch. Even if you fall, the flame will still rise. Qing Xian cooperated in time. Being fooled by the cultivators of the ancient Blood Jie sect during the beast sacrifice could mean that they were stupid, but it could also mean that they desired to be strong. He and Lu Xiaoyi both chose the same method, to ignore stupid mistakes and only see the shining spots of a few demons. After all, there were countless beasts in the northern elephant sky. Why were these few beasts running around for the sake of the beast situation? This was also a form of responsibility. It should be encouraged, not discouraged. Time is long, aging only affects the skin. Abandon enthusiasm, decadence will affect the soul. Worry, panic, and loss of confidence will make one angry and their heart cold. Big or difficult matters depend on one's responsibility. Good or bad depends on one's mind. Happiness or anger depends on one's self-restraint. Giving up and gaining depends on one's wisdom. Success or failure depends on one's perseverance. Lu Xiaoyi added fuel to the fire. If you cry when you miss the sun, then you will also miss the stars. There is only one kind of heroism in the world. That is, after recognizing the truth of cultivation, you still love it. When you're focused on hitting the south wall will disappear. Qing Xian added fuel to the fire. The birth of every life is the arrival of an angel to the human world. When we are immersed in the joy of celebrating the birthday, an innate responsibility is born. You don't have a good background, you don't have good looks, you don't have a genius brain, and you don't have a proud figure. But you have time. You have to use the only time you have to defeat everything. Otherwise, even the remaining time will leave you. The 4 demons wept with tears and snot. They weren't stupid. They knew what Melon Star's disappearance meant. He knew what it meant for dozens of human half-immortals to suddenly gather here. The constant destruction of the heavenly phenomena caused them to feel fear and trepidation. They knew that they had caused a great disaster, but they did not know where the disaster had come from. However, the Beast Master and senior brother Qing Xian were still encouraging them. For the first time, they realized the responsibility on their shoulders. In order to welcome the arrival of a new world, every true cultivator had their own responsibilities. Not only half-immortals, but also true monarchs. Not only humans, but other races as well. What else could they do? Although Melon Star was destroyed, who dared to say that there wouldn't be a second Melon Star? Even if they couldn't stop it with their bodies, they could at least transmit the smoke signal. With such thoughts in mind, the four demons rode the demon wind, stirred up the black clouds, and staggered towards the immeasurable universe. Behind them, two gazes were sending them off. Lu Xiaoyi was a little worried. They won't be crippled, right? Qing Xian shook his head firmly. No. They can withstand it. They could see very clearly that the biggest problem with these demons was that they were muddling along without any initiative. Once they changed, it didn't matter if they took the sky or the earth as their bed. In fact, this was the true situation of most demons. They had to make them move and feel the turbulence of the great tide. Otherwise, in this kind of great change in the universe, they would eventually lose these few demon friends who were content with their lives. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. There are two things I need you to know. One is about the plan to track down Zerg's Red in the universe. I need you to do the specific operation. The second is about the story of the erection of a Dao tablet. Qing Xian listened to Lu Xiaoyi's narration in silence. He realized that this guy was not only tricking the demons, he was also tricking him. When did I agree to help you track down Zerg's Red in the universe? Lu Xiaoyi said matter-of-factly, you've already done it for 3 out of the 4 of you. Aren't you embarrassed to not do it? Let's not talk about those useless things now. Come up with a plan that covers the entire universe. The allocation of personnel, the arrangement of forces, the coordination of races, the communication channels, and the transmission of information. Maybe we also need an overall control committee? Qing Xian hit the nail on the head. What you mean is, I'll do all the dirty work, tiring work, and you'll go to the position of the spiritual leader. Lu Xiaoyi said shamelessly, I'll escort you. Qing Xian sighed. He was already used to it. In fact, this was also the position that the two of them had for themselves. They each did what they were good at. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly thought of something, about the erection of a Dao tablet in the land of the Yellow Dragon. Why didn't the 3 Pure Ones and Supreme Ones hear about it? That shouldn't be. They're all outstanding figures in the orthodox Taoism. They've already erected hundreds of Dao tablets there. Is your information so limited to this extent? Qing Xian was also puzzled. I didn't receive any news, but I'm not sure if this is an orthodoxy or not. Or did they know but were not in a hurry to tell us? I suspect that the earliest batch of tablets were erected. Could it be the work of the immortals from the upper realm? As for the specifics, we still need to see the situation of those tablets. We don't have time now. Lu Xiaoyi thought for a while. That's right. It's not suitable to announce your heavenly calamity Dao too early. It's too eye-catching. It's best to wait for the news to spread. A large number of tablets have been erected in the land of the Yellow Dragon. If you mix in with them, you'll be a smaller target. Qing Xian did not care. In fact, after his heavenly calamity Dao was erected, although he would also feel the pressure, the biggest pressure would be on the 3 Pure Ones' orthodoxy. Therefore, when to erect the tablets and flags was not entirely up to him. The more important factor was still the sect's overall control. He resisted this kind of involuntary action from the bottom of his heart. This was because cultivators should not be like this. This was the great Tao, not a petty scheme. Most importantly, the order did not come from the 3 Pure Ones of the Dome, his sect, but from the so-called upper echelons of the 3 Pure Ones of the entire universe. They were the 3 Pure Ones who controlled everything in the exterior realm, the so-called experienced 3 Pure Ones of the 4th and 5th decay. He himself did not think much of these people, but now he had to be controlled by them. This made him depressed. He was only concerned about the 3 pure ones of the immortal court. Without a doubt, the distribution of the 3 pure ones Tao by these old cultivators came from above. This was the reason why he had no choice but to obey for the time being. Chapter 2202. The two of them had a deep discussion about Zerg's red glow. It wasn't about how to search for them, but about how to approach Sky Eyes and what problems they might encounter. Qing Xian was also a member of Sky Eyes, but he didn't plan to make a joint proposal with Lu Xiaoyi. Firstly, he didn't have a position in the Sky Eyes system. Secondly, he didn't want to tie everything to Lu Xiaoyi. It was too eye-catching. To do something, there had to be someone in front of the stage and someone behind the scenes. He preferred to play a role in the background. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to start with the ancient beast god, but Qing Xian suggested that he directly apply to the Sky Eyes human Daoist immortal masters. You can't always go around the 2 human immortal masters. The more you do this, the more they will dislike you. When it comes to the conflict between the humans and the insectoids, you should directly speak to the human immortal monarch. If they don't listen, they will be in cahoots with Zerg and betraying their race. Now that the universe's cultivation world is in chaos, if this news spreads, how can they control Sky Eyes? How can Sky Eyes maintain its image of fairness for millions of years? Who doesn't want to leave a good reputation in front of the heavenly Tao when the era is about to change? The immortals are the same. Why don't you just say it openly? I think even if they don't want to see you in the limelight, they will swallow this fly. Lu Xiaoyi glared at him. How can you say that? What do you mean swallow a fly? I'm working for the happiness of the people and harmony of the universe, but I'm a fly. Although he was dissatisfied, he still listened to Qing Xian's suggestion. It was right to ask the human immortal masters of Sky Eyes first. This wasn't a private matter, but an official matter of the human race. There was no need to be secretive. Thus, he entered a meditative state and sent a request to Heaven's Eyes. In most cases, such a request would be ignored because Heaven's Eyes members were all over the universe. Not everyone's request would be taken seriously, but he was different. He was a member of Heaven's Eyes with an official position. Even if his position was very low, having an official position was different. A moment later, Lu Xiaoyi opened his eyes. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qing Xian snorted. You're thousands of years old and still so childish. I only want to hear the good news, don't tell me the bad news. Lu Xiaoyi pulled himself together. The good news is that Heaven's Eyes agreed to our requests. Not only that, but he also ordered all Sky's Eyes members to join the Zerg Red Tide hunt. With such an order, no matter if it's a half-immortal or a true monarch, no one can slack off. This time, the mission will be much easier, and we won't have to spend so much effort to recruit people. Qing Xian was surprised. This was expected. It was the inevitable choice of Tian Mao. After waiting for a long time, Tian Mao still did not speak. And the bad news? Lu Xiaoyi said with a smile, the bad news is that the chief commander of this bug hunting operation in the main world is your old sweetheart. She is one of the only 2 cultivators in the second step of the nascent divinity realm in the half-deity realm. How was it? Were you surprised? Are you excited? Qing Xian was stunned and scolded. That's your old flame, okay? It has nothing to do with me. Laozi raised him purely to admire him. I say, Lu Tong, you've been an enforcer for nothing. It's not easy to get something done, and now someone else is picking the fruits of your labor. You have a job. You made a good choice, but you've been reduced to helping a nobody. If I were you, I'd find a place to kill myself. Lu Xiaoyi said resentfully, what bullsh** T job? At most, I'll be a stockholder. Well, I don't have to worry anymore. The 2 returned to the interior sky from the Melon Star. As soon as they came back, they felt the restlessness of the interior sky. That was because the interior sky had been mobilized before they came back. Shi Yang Xian hurriedly found them eating hot pot. This was a very novel way to eat hot pot. There were all kinds of spiritual meat and vegetables, and a strange fragrance floated in the air, making people drool. Yang Xian resisted the urge to flip the table and said fiercely, Lu Tong, Ma Lu. We've been running around in the interior sky for more than a month. Our feet have never stopped moving, and our mouths have never stopped moving. The two of you are actually in the mood to eat and drink here? Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly stopped his senior, who was about to go berserk. Senior, you can't blame us. We're not in our positions, so we can't meddle in other people's affairs. We had a good plan, but in the end, the Heavenly Eyes deity played a trick and gave the authority to the bamboo hat. No one can be loyal to the Heavenly Eyes deity. We just want to help, but they're guarding against us, aren't they? They're afraid that we'll cause trouble. Come. I know, the biggest sin is not that. It's that I didn't teach you how to eat and drink. I knew that you'd definitely come to us first, so I'm here to welcome you, right? Look, for chopsticks and bowls, we've been waiting for you. She was much more open-minded. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down. He dipped the condiments in the sauce and stretched out his hand to pick up the meat. When the meat reached his throat, more than half of his resentment disappeared. Lu Xiaoyi explained again, and the resentment disappeared. They were all very clear that the Heavenly Eyes saw that Lu Xiaoyi was jumping around too happily, so they deliberately suppressed him. Lu Xiaoyi punished himself with 3 cups of wine. It was originally a good thing to show off, but in the end, we've become spectators. It's all my fault, I've implicated everyone. Yang Xian fiercely picked up a large piece of meat with her chopsticks. These immortals, forming cliques, snakes and rats in the same nest. They don't distinguish good from bad, and don't know what's important. Sooner or later, we'll fight the immortal court and destroy their nest. Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly picked up a large pile of food. Great aunt. You can't say that, even if everyone thinks so. Besides, does the immortal court still need to fight? If they work hard, the era won't change. Eat quickly, do you want sugar and garlic? Yang Xian glared. Why are you picking up food for me? This old lady wants to eat meat. She swallowed contentedly, recalling that the spiritual meat still retained a trace of softness after being scalded. Coupled with the seasoning, the fragrance rippled in his throat. Lu Xiaoyi's method of eating is not bad, why didn't you take it out earlier? Since there's nothing else, then we might as well go to the land of the Yellow Dragon to erect a monument. It's just what we want, and it'll save some people from restless sleep and eat. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. That's not right. I'm afraid that some people are hoping that we don't care about the big picture and leave. It'll be easy for them to leave behind words. As for us, we'll listen to orders. We'll do our best to do what others arrange. If others don't arrange it, then we'll just wait here. This is a large-scale group operation, and individual ability is limited. Therefore, we won't add to the chaos when it comes to commanding. We're willing to be little errand boys. As long as he dares to use us, we'll dare to work diligently and earnestly. They all had 7 orifices on their heads, and immediately understood. This was the time to consider the big picture, and not the time to throw tantrums. As for the so-called merit, they had already exterminated an insect colony, and even warned the universe. This was something that no one could erase. Chapter 2203. Qing Xian, as the white paper fan, had other instructions. When I come back, I will write down our experience on Melonstar and spread it out as a warning to the future generations. Lest a group of half-immortals surround us and become their food for life. In short, we will cooperate fully, not be selfish, and not fight for gains and losses. Noble character and unquestionable integrity, willing to be a human ladder. I have lifted him up once, I don't mind lifting him up again. I want to see how lucky he is to be able to bear the karma of Lu Rod. Yes, it was indeed noble character and unquestionable integrity, but it also spread the news that the 4 of them played a pivotal role in the Red Flood. That's good, at least we won't be in such a rush. It may not be a bad thing for everyone to think about their own Tao. Yang Lei concluded. Cultivation was not a gathering. It was necessary to relax appropriately and accept it calmly. The 4 of them all had this state of mind. One did not need to be the main character in every event in life. One should not miss the most important one and always give others a chance to perform. Lu Xiaoyi had not chosen an abode of immortals in interior sky, and he was not interested. If there was no change in the era, this would be the most important place in his long life in the future. But now everything had changed. He was destined not to stay here for long. Moreover, whether interior sky could exist in the new era was also a question. If the 3 subversive DAOs were successfully established, the cultivators would have a clear path to the upper realm. Then, a place like interior and exterior sky that deliberately trapped half-immortals would not have any meaning to exist. The impact was far-reaching. This time, when he returned to interior sky, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was that some of the more than 3,000 immortals had begun to decline. That was the inevitable result of losing the support of the immortals, and even the DAOs had become blurred. The manifestation was that the plants were withered and the spiritual beasts were scarce. The spiritual beasts that were born and raised here were unusually sensitive to spiritual opportunity. They were very clear about which immortals had embarked on the path of decline and which had not. The helpless migration and ancestral land of generations were also part of the changes in the universe. There were always some that were abandoned by the history of cultivation, and it was not a small number. He went to see the white tiger again and was speechless. During the changing of eras, exotic beasts played a very awkward role. Because they were born in the current era, after the new era, their abilities would change according to the changes in the celestial phenomenon they were born in. Because their abilities were inextricably linked to the celestial phenomenon that nurtured them, they couldn't comprehend any new great Tao. Strange beasts could never ascend to immortality, nor could they establish their Tao. After nature gave them the ability to shock the world as soon as they were born, they also paid a huge price. But the white tiger didn't really care. I've never thought of becoming an immortal. He had never thought of establishing a Tao. I know my situation very well. This is the balance of nature. When you have a beginning that surpasses most people, you can't ask for an unparalleled end. In my tens of thousands of years of life, I have done a lot and experienced a lot. I am content. Now, I just want to see what this universe will become in the hands of Li Wuya and you. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. I can't guarantee a better future, but at least it will be fairer. But I'm just starting. There are still many paths to walk in the future. There will be twists and turns, detours, and even turning back. But this is not something I can do. After all, to change the entire cultivation world, just a few people won't be enough. It will take many people and many generations. But since there is a beginning, this trend can't be reverse. Old White, you have a long life. Just wait and see. The white tiger stretched lazily. Not bad. You know how to eat a few bowls of rice. I heard that you stood up for the humans and killed Zerg's Red Pan, but in the end, the leadership was snatched away by someone else. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Old White, you're also concerned about the fate of the beast race? The white tiger was disdainful. Why should I care about them? What does it have to do with me? The beast race has never treated us beasts as one of their own. They even called us natural castrators, so we've never treated ourselves as one of the beasts. Even if they all die, I won't shed a single tear. Lu Xiaoyi was also a little embarrassed. Natural castrators? That's right. Beasts can't be inherited. They are pitiful because every one of them is unique. They can't even find a partner. It doesn't matter about leadership. Maybe it involves some other things. Some people don't want to see me stand out too much. They're afraid that I'll form some kind of influence and ruin other people's plans. To me, their reaction is a little late. An occasion like this is of little value to me. It's better to let me go. There's nothing to be reluctant about. The white tiger said lazily, I've been staying in the interior realm for so many years that my bones are a little soft. I want to go out and take a look, but I don't have a purpose. Unlike you, there are always countless things to do. If you're sent on a mission to search for Zerg, just let me know. I'll go with you to take a look at the universe that's about to change. Well, it's one less thing to see. Lu Xiaoyi looked at him with amusement. He knew what the white tiger meant. If he was sent on a mission to search for Zerg, he might fall into other people's trap. This was a very realistic problem. He had never been surrounded by other people. Not only was he careful enough, but his whereabouts had never been exposed in front of others. But it was different now. The conflict had begun to heat up. Some things were thrown away and became barbaric and direct. This was also the nature of cultivators. When all other methods were useless, the best method was to destroy the human Tao. Although the white tiger almost never left the interior realm, he was not slow to understand the general situation. Now that he said this, it meant that he intended to accompany him. It was a solid guarantee. A swordsman at the peak of half immortal for tens of thousands of years was no joke. Old White, there's no need, right? I'm not a child. I've been in the universe for thousands of years. There's no reason for me to go back in time. And to bring an elder as a bodyguard? I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not a good person to be a hero. If I can't do it, I'll just run. I don't have a hero's plot. I'm not a clean freak, the white tiger insisted. I've seen more of the darkness of the cultivation world than you. Let's not talk about you. What about Li Wuya? Without my help, he might not have been able to survive the Wall of Mirrors. Later on, when Phoenix and Dopeng attacked at the same time in the Dragon's Cave, didn't I take half of the damage for him? Why, now that you've grown up, you're looking down on me? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. He understood what the white tiger meant. Although he had already expelled himself from Shenyuan, he still cared about Shenyuan swordsmen. When he met a Shenyuan swordsman that he could accept, he couldn't help but want to fulfill his duty as an elder. Besides fighting and killing, he didn't know how to do anything else, so. Okay, little Yi will use the white tiger's power this time. As long as you don't find it troublesome. You know that I don't have any other skills, but I'm good at attracting hatred. Chapter 2204. Lu Xiaoyi started to delve into his new Dao state in the interior's sky. He didn't look for the Immortals' cave as they were all on Qing Xian's celestial mountain. He couldn't chase them away and had to take care of their food and drink. An indifferent and bottomless friend was scary, especially when there were 3 of them. However, it was taboo to build a cart behind closed doors. That was why Hong placed everyone's great Daos in the land of the Yellow Dragon for others to evaluate. This was a very necessary process. In fact, the 36 great Daos of this era were not perfect from the beginning. Some people were the closest to the truth of the great Daos and merged with the great Daos. Then, over the long river of time, they were perfected, modified, evolved, and supplemented bit by bit to form the nearly perfect great Daos. This was the law of nature. It wasn't something that could be changed with talent. Since they were going to be scrutinized on the Yellow Dragon Avenue anyway, they might as well criticize each other among their friends. Even if they were to nitpick on each other's great Dao, pick stones from eggs, and criticize each other until there was nothing left unscathed, this was something they should bear. If they could endure the most severe criticism between them, it would probably be much better after they set up a monument. You must let people from different orthodoxies and different backgrounds look at your Dao from different angles. That was the right way to establish Dao. During this time, other friends joined in. Chifan, Beifeng, and so on. Here, they didn't hide anything and didn't steal to learn. This was something that cultivators couldn't do. Because if you did this, you would be denying yourself. What Dao was there to establish? In the cultivation world, learning about Dao state was a very dry and monotonous thing. It took a long time to cultivate. For these half-immortals, they usually started to fix the direction of their Dao when they were perfected monarchs. Then, they focused on learning and created their own Dao based on this foundation. Just like Lu Xiaoyi's Dao of Stars. It sounded simple and popular, but it was made up of 7 innate Daos. 5 ties, creation, and 5 elements. You want to learn it secretly? Sure, you have to understand these 7 innate Daos first. Not everyone had Lu Xiaoyi's Dao foundation. Most of the half-immortals had mastered 3 to 5 Daos. This was the normal situation. Nitpicking and creating were 2 different concepts. Just like film critics and directors, they couldn't be compared at all. Or trolls and authors. But you still need people to scold you. This was also part of cultivation. It can make you healthier and more well-rounded. Everyone was an indispensable part of the cultivation process. Everyone had turned into a troll. They would spit at others until they were covered in cuts and bruises. Then, they would obtain a great sense of satisfaction from it. Then, they would be spat at by others again. Thus, they would hurt each other and grow stronger amidst the hurt. It was a very good method. As long as you didn't keep it to yourself and didn't hide it, you would always be able to gain something from this exchange of insult. Trolls also had their value. This kind of learning environment was very hard to come by, but this kind of circle couldn't be expanded too much. There were also many half-immortals who actually had a very good relationship with each other, but they weren't willing to join. This was because of their personality and philosophy, and it couldn't be forced. It didn't mean that they wouldn't be friends just because they didn't scold each other. At this stage of cultivation, narrow-mindedness was the greatest enemy. Tolerance for differences was the source of motivation for the development of cultivation. But for people like them, the future was also about erecting a monument, and it would definitely be able to withstand the test of time and effort compared to those things that a person painstakingly studied in seclusion. This was the meaning of communication. But this kind of communication was destined to not last long, and it shouldn't last long. Propriety. There should also be a limit to questioning, otherwise, it would affect the confidence of the person who established the Tao. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Everyone understood this principle. The rumor of the establishment of the Tao in the land of the Yellow Dragon began to spread in the interior heaven. At the beginning, it was vague and secretive, but later on, it became blatant in the Great Defy. This was an inevitable process. In time, this kind of news would spread to all the realms and orthodoxies in the universe. Cultivators who had the means would all go and take a look. After all, this wasn't the mature Tao in the Heaven's Choice continent. The Tao monument in the land of the Yellow Dragon was brand new, unknown, and had to be improved. It was also something that every cultivator could comment on. Just like a novel in a certain time and space, the chapter reviews were often more interesting. Under such circumstances, some demi-immortals who didn't belong to the Sky Eyes couldn't resist the temptation. They began to head to the land of the Yellow Dragon in 2s and 3s. That was where their dreams began. The Sky Eyes demi-immortals, led by the Bamboo Hat, were also very accomplished in tracking down Zerg's hidden dangers. They were all extremely intelligent people, and their arrangements were orderly. They weren't inferior to Lu Xiaoyi's group. Whether it was the interior heaven or the exterior heaven, they were all mobilized. There were also the forces of various realms and races in the main world. None of them were left out. Just as Lu Xiaoyi and the others were still arguing, West Elephant Heaven successfully destroyed one of Zerg's red tide arrangements. This boosted everyone's confidence. It also showed that Zerg's arrangements were not limited to just one place. The search area was once again expanded. They were starting to run out of manpower. Zerg's arrangements were to avoid areas where human cultivation civilization was developed. There was no such thing as being in the dark. Due to the sensitivity of Zerg's existence, Zerg wouldn't appear near large realms like the Fifth Ring, or even within a dozen of universes. They could only choose as remote an airspace as possible. Remote and dangerous places weren't places that Yuaniing perfected lords could go. Only demi-immortals had the ability to do so. Therefore, after the initial period of leisure, Lu Xiaoyi's friends were also sent on missions. They headed to unfamiliar airspace to search. One by one, the number of demi-immortals decreased. They all went their separate ways. In the end, only Qing Xian and Lu Xiaoyi were left. As the two core members of their group, they were probably the ones that the Bamboo Hat was most unwilling to be assigned. This was because the two of them were exceptionally difficult to deal with. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very cunning and sinister. The Bamboo Hats group is basically the representative of the conservative forces. I don't know if you've noticed, but their Tao realm is basically the same as the current 36 Khanate Great Taos. They've only improved it slightly. It's a different soup but not the same medicine, Qing Xian commented. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That's right. Therefore, this group of people didn't gather together because of how prestigious the Bamboo Hats group was, but because they were huddling together for warmth. I've observed the way they do things. In their cooperation, they're also doing things their own way. Just like the 36 great Taos, they're not willing to submit to each other. They're not worthy of being enemies. Qing Xian looked at him. I'm not worried about the others going out on missions. Before they get rid of the two of us, they won't dare to touch the others. They're afraid that you'll go crazy, but you have to know the principle of to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. It's good to be confident, but you can't be arrogant. Based on what we've experienced, even the immortal formation has appeared. If an immortal human or immortal beast appears, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Chapter 2205. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Same to you. If they want to deal with me, they will definitely deal with you at the same time. Both of them smiled knowingly. After thousands of years of ups and downs, some words did not need to be discussed in detail. They both knew each other's temper. How could they possibly jump into the pit now? Even if they did, it was because they had dug a bigger pit. A few days later, there were signs of Zerg's activities reported by cultivators from the main world in the southern sky. Due to the shortage of manpower, Qing Xian was sent to this area. This was the internal power arrangement of the Tianyi. For cultivators who were not part of the Tianyi, they could refuse, but for the half-immortals who were also part of the Tianyi, it was their obligation. They could not shrink back just because of possible danger. Life and death battles were commonplace among cultivators. Just take Lu Xiaoyi as an example. In the Green Mountains, in the Road of No Worries, in the Road of No Return, and in the Melon Star, he had killed countless half-immortals. It was normal for people to want to deal with him. Regarding this, he calmly accepted it. You can't be the only one who can kill, but others can't kill you. There was no such logic. He was now alone in the empty abode of immortals. The hustle and bustle of the past was no longer there. The trolls went their separate ways, and the celestial mountain regained its tranquility. This time, there was still one thing that had not been resolved in the interior heaven, and that was the senior Chonglu. He always wanted to see this legendary figure in Shenyuan history, but he always missed him by a strange combination of factors. Last time, he saw the first poem left by Chonglu in the interior's day. This time, there was nothing. He didn't listen to his advice, nor did he follow his instructions. It was as if he was an irrelevant passerby. Even the old white tiger did not know where Chonglu went. Was it the habit of this senior in the sect? The older he got, the lonelier he was. There were many reasons for this: high status, ethereal Tao heart, knowing one's destiny, and so on. In fact, it was not only Chonglu. Sometimes, when he talked to his friends, the famous top cultivators in their sect were basically in the same situation. When they got old, they did not want to see people. In fact, everyone understood the real reason behind this. It was because they had cultivated for an entire lifetime. With a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, their Tao realm was deeply rooted, and it was difficult to change their fate. After cultivating for so long, they had caught up with the new changes in the universe. Because they could not adapt to these changes, they felt abandoned by the heavenly Tao. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, the world no longer belonged to them. Anyone would feel a deep sense of helplessness. They would slowly close themselves off in this helplessness, refusing to conform to such changes. They would rather spend their lives alone. There were many such people in the interior and exterior realms. Just like the old and young of the mortal world, they were at a loss for what to do in the face of the rising tide. They resisted in their hearts, but they knew that they shouldn't resist. How could it be so easy to make a turn? Especially these old cultivators who had persisted on their great Tao for tens of thousands of years. Now you're telling him, sorry, we're going to change to a new system? Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi did not insist. There was still some time before the end of the era. He hoped that he could meet Chonglu before then and see what kind of help this elder could provide him. Of course, this was just an excuse. In fact, he wanted to see what he could do to help this elder. Not counting the reincarnation, Chonglu was the only person from the same era as Li Wuya. A sect passed down from generation to generation should not lack such a stabilizing force. He was waiting for someone else to deploy him. This was the first and last time. He had to give others a chance to vent their dissatisfaction. Moreover, he also wanted to take this opportunity to solve something. Therefore, he was pleased and contented. He studied the Tao state in other people's cave abodes, reflecting on himself, and leaving all the mundane things and changes of the universe behind. He truly reached a state of selflessness, which was also the best state for a cultivator. Even if he was entangled with karma, the universe was old, and the era had changed, so what? Did he not want to live anymore? It was not what should be, but what should be. For a cultivator, the pursuit of the great Tao should not be influenced by the changes of the outside world. Any period, any situation, was the direction of a cultivator's efforts. Obviously, the bamboo hat man was very hesitant about how to use him. It was a pity that he did not dare to use such a powerful half-immortal, but he was also afraid that if he really took this step, it would not end well in the future. However, no matter how hesitant he was, this step had to be taken. 3 months later, through the Heavenly Eyes system, an order was passed down. East Elephant Vanguard Star. Vanguard Star was not the final destination. His real destination was not far away from Vanguard Star. In ancient times, there were peng birds that lived in the sky. At the beginning of the universe, they multiplied and multiplied. They hated that the sky was not high enough, and they threw pills. The heavenly Tao was clear, and the peng returned to the constitution. It was said that there was such a race, the descendants of the great peng. They had strange powers and could throw stars as if they were pellets. Later on, the heavenly axiom probably felt that they had gone too far and affected the balance of the cultivation world, so it set up a constitution to restrict them. They were forced to leave their living space, leaving only some descendants with thin bloodlines in the original space. Because their abilities could not reach the level of their ancestors, they could not ascend to the heavens. After several eras, the environment in the original space was getting worse and worse, and they were always waiting for a way to get out of this predicament. This space was called winged sky. Using the habitual understanding of cultivators, it was actually a parallel space that coexisted with the real world. Its size was immeasurable, and the peng birds could not fly all of it. It was a forbidden area for humans because this space was only suitable for the native birdmen with wings to live in. There was not even a big enough celestial body here, so there was no place to stay. It was also a very strange space. The race in this space was called the winged race, and they were distant relatives of the peng birds. Although after several eras, they had long lost the divine ability of the peng birds, compared to humans, their starting point was much higher. They were born with the ability to fly, and all of them had divine abilities. The only thing they could do was cultivate. They were the perfect combination of the bloodline of the ancient divine beasts and the bloodline of humans, and they had both innate divine abilities and acquired techniques. For such a race, everyone had abilities. Their intelligence development was no different from that of humans. If they weren't trapped in one place, if it wasn't for the fact that their reproduction wasn't satisfactory, if they were really placed in the universe, it wouldn't necessarily be just humans that dominated the universe. Parallel spaces did not belong to each other, and they did not communicate with each other. Although the winged race was strong, they had nothing to do with the human world. However, several 100,000 years ago, a passage appeared between winged sky and the human world. The passage was fixed, but it did not last. According to some mysterious law, at certain times, the two spaces would intersect, and it also provided the possibility for both sides to enter the other space. Planet profundity was the front line of the human world's defense. For a long time, the cultivators of the several universes near planet profundity had made countless sacrifices for this mission, and they had also won several 100,000 years of peace for the human world. However, when the universe was in chaos and the epochs changed, the balance was quietly broken, and the passage that the winged race used to enter the main world became more diverse. However, this place was still the main passage in and out. Chapter 2206. P.S. Today is the last day of the double. The double from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. will not be available. Thank you for your support over the past few days. Sloth will try his best to push up the updates and live up to your expectations. Although the winged race was not a big race and only had a few 100,000 people, The terrifying thing about them was that every single one of them could fight. Every winged race was a warrior from the day they were born, and they were also future cultivators of spells. As they grew older, their strength also increased. If a gap was opened, the winged race storm would sweep through countless universes. In the winged sky, the rules of space and the resources and environment all limited the winged race's reproduction limit. Simply put, the rules of space limited the number of winged races' reproduction, and the resources and environment limited the number of winged races' survival. This effectively controlled the overall population of the winged race to a safe upper limit for a few eras. Once they came to the main human world, their reproduction would not be limited, and their resources would be endless. The population of the winged race would then explode. In the future, tens of thousands of years or even longer, it would not be impossible for there to be a trillion winged race. When that time came, would a universe still be able to contain them? For hundreds of thousands of years, the winged race had never stopped trying to infiltrate the main world. Because of the tenacity of humans, they had never succeeded. But now, when the order of the universe was loosened, some of the restrictions had lost their power. The winged ones had appeared in the two great wars of the Fifth Ring era, and that was enough to prove something. However, the current human cultivation world could no longer care about that. They no longer cared about what might happen in the next 10,000 years. What they cared about was the present, the changing of the epoch. If the winged race could sneak into the main world, of course, other races would also use the same passage to enter the winged sky. No human cultivator would do such a stupid thing, but that did not include Zerg. This time, the news came from the planet in front of the winged sky. Some human cultivators had found faint signs of Zerg's activity in the winged sky. In the past, no one would have been too worried. It was just a sealed space. If Zerg wanted to go, then so be it. With the friendship formed between the two sides during the two great wars of the universe, it was not strange for them to be in cahoots. But now, with the appearance of Zerg's red tide, it could not help but attract the attention of the human cultivators. After the Heaven Eyes cultivators spread the news of Zerg's red flood to the various worlds of the universe, all kinds of information flooded in. Some were true, some were false, some were exaggerated, and there were countless pieces of information that required the bamboo hat cultivators and the others to immediately make a judgment. Some could be distinguished, some could be investigated by the true monarchs of the origin world, but there were also some that could only be solved by a half-immortal. Manpower was scattered like this, unable to bear the burden. Even if the absolute number of half-immortals in the inner and outer scenic skies was not small, if those who weren't willing to participate and those who couldn't be contacted were removed, those who were truly useful were scattered across the vast universe, and they were still stretched thin. Even a half-immortal would be on tenterhooks if they were to enter a place like wing-spread heavens. Because no one knew how many half-immortals there were in the wing-spread heavens. But this kind of information had to be verified, and they couldn't rely on luck. Therefore, they needed a bold and meticulous half-immortal with outstanding personal strength to verify this matter. After selecting, it seemed that other than Lu Xing, who had an invincible flying sword, they couldn't find a second suitable candidate. Naturally, the task fell on his head. All of this sounded seamless and reasonable, and there were no signs of a conspiracy. For Lu Xiaoyi, he didn't seem to have any reason to refuse. He wouldn't refuse. He was the one who proposed to track down Zerg's red flood, so he had to finish what he started. On the path of cultivation, there were many things about the state of mind that were very inexplicable. The Heaven Eyes intentionally or unintentionally supported the bamboo hat cultivator to take charge of this matter, giving a chance to those forces that were defeated by him. This was the reciprocity of the cultivation world. Since you were in the cultivation world, you had to accept it. Without informing his friends, he shook his sleeves and went on his way alone. In a celestial mountain in the interior heaven, a group of half-immortals were busy. Countless information from the universe had been screened by the Supremes in the main world, and this was the final gathering place. Of course, there were also some rumors that couldn't be verified. One could imagine the workload. Even with the half-immortal's brain capacity, even if there were more than 10 half-immortals here, when all the information about Zerg in the universe was gathered, it was still very stressful. This was the headquarters of the interior realm, and there was also an exterior realm branch responsible for dispatching exterior realm half-immortals to the lower world to track down Zerg's track. Since Zerg's Red Flood appeared, the Immortal Court's restrictions on the half-immortals in the interior and exterior realms basically existed in name only. They could come and go freely, and no one would remind or imprison them anymore. The Taoist in the bamboo hat stood silently on the peak of the celestial mountain, and a trace of gloominess floated over his usually calm expression. Looking at the busy people on the celestial mountain, the killing intent in his eyes appeared from time to time. He was very uncomfortable, but he knew that he had to endure it now. The Heaven Eyes appointment came suddenly, and he was caught unprepared. It wasn't that he didn't have the courage to do it, but he needed a group of trusted friends to do it, right? This wasn't a single long-range raid mission that could be completed by a few people. This was a large-scale search that involved the entire universe. The Heavenly Eyes orders were one thing, but how they could actually carry out the mission was another. He had the ambition, but he didn't have the connections and power to match it. Not to mention the exterior realm, just the interior realm alone, the swordsman was the #1 rising force. There were nearly 100 people who had clearly stated that they were on his side, and those who didn't say anything but were biased towards him were even more. The second was the marching monk and hands-free's Buddhist power, which was far inferior to the swordsman's power. Basically, they were in the Buddhist circle. As for the Taoist in the bamboo hat, because he was busy improving his realm in the beginning, he didn't participate in the inner and exterior realm's big collision outside Henghe boundary, nor did he participate in the heartplate operation of the exterior realm. How could such qualifications convince the people? His whereabouts were once unknown, and it turned out that no one cared about him. Therefore, he was very surprised that his heavenly eye had been chosen to be the host of this search. However, what was even more surprising was that he had actually done it. While it might not have been smooth sailing, there had not been any major mistakes, and he had even succeeded in discovering a red insectoid base. How did he do all this? Even he himself was in the clouds. After a period of time, he finally understood that it wasn't because of his bamboo hat that he had face and appeal, but because there was another force supporting him. Well, it was a bit of a boast, but in fact, it was just a figurehead. His position as the leader was basically an empty shell. The one who really did things and united the inner and exterior realms to form a huge force was another circle, a circle that was even bigger than the rising force led by the swordsman, the circle of Old Cultivators. Old Cultivators was just a title. It was also very complicated, and the composition was uncertain. But in terms of quantity, how could the new forces that emerged in the recent 1 or 2,000 years compare to the old cultivators that had accumulated over 10,000 years? Not all of them were conservative forces, but it was true that they were all old guys. Even he, the new conservative leader that the Immortal Court had placed high hopes on, couldn't get involved. Here, he had successfully turned himself into a puppet. Chapter 2207. Bamboo Hat didn't express his dissatisfaction to Sky Eyes. I gave you a chance. You can't blame anyone if you can't grasp it. You can't complain about why you didn't mix the dishes after you were given a banquet. He just watched quietly, fulfilling his so-called responsibility as a leader. However, he did not say a word about those suggestions that were not his idea at all. In the interior heavens base camp, there were more than 10 demi-immortals. Most of them were experienced old cultivators, and he only had a few friends. There was no way he could compete with them. Of course, most of the arrangements still went through him. The old cultivators did a good job on this point, and they wouldn't embarrass him in front of his face. However, this kind of superficial respect was far from enough for a proud and arrogant young half-immortal. He needed to keep his word, and now, what he got was just empty talk. In the allocation of key personnel and the mobilization of big operations, he only got the things that the old cultivators discussed. He only needed to agree and he could give the orders. This made him feel very humiliated. For example, the old cultivator's opinions on the assignment of the swordsman's tasks were not in agreement with him. He was more inclined to send this guy out early and find a task that wasn't difficult but could be very time-consuming. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. However, The old cultivator's thoughts were the exact opposite. They didn't use this swordsman until the dangerous Yi Zhantian sent news about Zerg. He knew that these old guys must be planning something, but he didn't ask, and he didn't want to know. Of course, he wouldn't stand out to oppose them. What was the point of his opposition? A figure flew across the sky and came to his side. It was one of his few friends in the interior heaven, Nantian Hong Tiangang. This person cultivated the orthodox Tao of Thunder. It was also one of the rare Tao of innate Tao that was difficult to merge with other Taos. Once those who cultivated the Tao of Thunder fell in love with the feeling of thunder killing people, they couldn't give up the feeling of destroying heaven and earth. Therefore, they were the most staunch conservatives. They wouldn't let go of the Tao of Thunder and never had the thought of creating a new Tao of Thunder. It was also because of this that the two became good friends. This time, when they were tracking down Zerg's traces, this person was his biggest helper. He's gone. He didn't see anyone. He didn't say anything and didn't leave anything behind. Hong Tiangang said concisely. He doesn't have anyone to entrust him with, does he? Before this, all of his scoundrel friends had been sent away. Now, he was the only one left. However, this person had hidden his strength deeply. He couldn't be judged as a lowly man. Had anyone who had looked at him like that survived? How many half-immortals were in his hands? Is it enough for 3 digits? Hong Tiangang laughed. The ones I killed were basically all old fellows. They looked down on the youngsters, and in the end. Actually, you and I both know that even if we aren't as exaggerated as swordsmen, we aren't that far off. They had karma, which was why they were assigned this time, but it was through you. Those old fellows are very cunning. They dragged you in front of them. The bamboo hat snorted. That's why they deserve to die. He didn't even dare to do the right thing openly. Instead, he wanted to play dirty tricks in private. He didn't have the slightest bit of responsibility. He looked like a sly old fox, but he was actually cowardly and short-sighted. Did they think that the swordsman couldn't tell? What are they thinking? He sighed again. Actually, I've been very hesitant. It's impossible to oppose in public. It won't achieve my goal. Instead, it'll make others think that I'm showing weakness to the swordsman. In fact, I'm not willing to do that either. Tiangang, I know that you've always wanted me to ease my relationship with them, but that's impossible. My personal feelings aren't important. What's important is where we stand on the Great Tao. This can't be reconciled. Hong Tiangang laughed bitterly and shook his head. I understand all of this. When I went to spy on the swordsman, I was also hesitant. Should I leak some information to him? But in the end, I didn't do anything. This kind of superficial show of goodwill is completely meaningless. It won't change anything. Moreover, I'm not the only one around the swordsman. Those old fellows' arrangements are much more thorough than mine. I reckon that even a bird wouldn't be able to fly out. The bamboo hat nodded. He knew that it would be like this. He had always been uncertain about his relationship with the swordsman. His intuition told him that this guy would be his greatest opponent when he established his Tao. But if he were to deal with him in advance, he might not be able to last until the moment when he established his Tao. He had obtained some things from the Leap 8 Heavens Cauldron. These things were useless during normal battles, but they might not be useful during the crucial moment of establishing his Tao. This was also the reason why he wasn't in a hurry. It was because he couldn't be sure that he had given the choice to his friend. If Hong Tiangang had warned him in advance, that would have been one path. If he hadn't warned him and just watched, that would have been another path. But now, it seemed that they had chosen the other path. Say, do you think that Zerg's red light really exists in the wings spread sky? Why does this sound a little ridiculous to me? In order to help their fellow sufferers, the wings spread sky would even abandon their own nest. Hong Tiangang disagreed. The bamboo hat smiled. In theory, this possibility exists. Because it matches the necessity of the matter. They have a relationship with each other, and it's remote enough to avoid the search of the cultivators of the origin world. Wings spread sky might not even exist in the New Age, so there's no need to talk about a nest, etc. But we all know that's impossible. Because this is the most practical speculation in the cultivation world. If you think it's the most reasonable place, then it's definitely impossible. But the old cultivators aren't sure, they just want to verify it. This reason is enough. Hong Tiangang nodded. That's right. They can even send one person in a dignified manner. In that kind of place, unless they're going to exterminate an entire race and send out an army of human half-immortals, there's no difference in sending a few half-immortals. If too many people go, it'll be a bad thing. The bamboo hat reminded him, this matter has nothing to do with us, and there's no need for us to investigate the inside story. What kind of arrangements do the old cultivators have? It's just that there's no need for us to hide our current situation. Let out the news and reveal the fact that we've been taken over by the old cultivators. I'm not worried about that swordsman, he's smart. But that might not be the case for the swordsman's friends, so there's no need for us to get involved in this trouble. If the old cultivators want to pick on this big worm, then they should be prepared to be swallowed. I'm not interested in being their shield. The two of them stood there silently, thinking about these trivial matters in their hearts. They were also very helpless. It wasn't that they didn't want to be more pure. Everyone just needed to establish their own great Tao, no matter if it was new or old. Couldn't they just do it? What was the point of talking about these useless things? After talking for so long, they still had to erect a monument. Wasn't that the same as taking off one's pants to let out air? But where there are people, there will be disputes. If you want to be more pure, how could it be so simple? In the cultivation world, it's not pure. Chapter 2208. Lu Xiaoyi came out of the interior sky, made a slight positioning, and threw himself in the direction of the vanguard star. The moment he disappeared, two figures appeared. After carefully identifying the aura, one of them nodded. The direction of the vanguard star. That's right. It seems that no one has gone in this direction recently. This kid has guts, daring to go alone. Does he really think that he's invincible in the universe? The other figure laughed and said, he has some reputation among the winged men. I heard that the winged men are very hospitable. Well, we still have to keep an eye on this place and see if anyone else goes to the vanguard star. Then we can know if he has called for help. Lu Xiaoyi appeared in a strange starry sky. Looking from afar, a huge iron-grey star hung high in the sky. It was very obvious. In the hundreds of thousands of years that the humans had been defending against the winged men, the cultivators of the Heaven's Eye had always participated in such interception battles. This was because they were one of the few organizations that could stand at the height of the universe and see the whole event. They were the only ones who knew about it and could mobilize the cultivators through the Heaven's Eye. The other sects, no matter how powerful they were at most limited to one or several universes. It was difficult for them to even know about such a disaster outside the universe, let alone take action. The Vanguard star was a superior cultivation planet that looked iron-grey from the sky. Its color seemed to represent the many hardships this planet had experienced and the countless invasions it had experienced. Under normal circumstances, no matter what kind of hostile state the forces in this universe were in, every sect, no matter how big or small, would take 1 out of 2 chances to resist the invasion of the winged men every 10,000 years. This was their most important task, so they had to report to the Vanguard star. In other words, nearly half of the Yuaniing and above cultivators in the entire universe would gather here to work together. Even the warlike cultivators from the neighboring universes would come to help after learning about the invasion of the winged men. One reason was to protect the common cultivation world of mankind, and the other was to train their combat power and sharpen their Taoist hearts. Of course, the ones who contributed the most would definitely be the cultivators of the front star and the home star. It was impossible for them to choose 1 out of 2. They could only and must all go up because they didn't even have enough buffer space to deal with it. As time went by, some of the sects that couldn't withstand the pressure had already moved away from this planet. However, there were still a few powerful sects that stayed behind. Every sect had a different attitude towards danger. However, one thing was for sure. The sects that stayed behind to develop on this planet, no matter which one it was, were the strongest and most aggressive sects in this universe. But that was the past. The passage opened once every 10,000 years or so. The last time the war happened was 3,000 years ago. In other words, if there was a next time, it would take at least 6,000 to 7,000 years. By that time, the epoch would have changed, and no one would know what would happen. Furthermore, the winged race's entrance and exit were no longer limited to this place, so there was no point in guarding Planet Vanguard. Once the mission that they had persisted on for hundreds of thousands of years disappeared, it was like a person who had been holding his breath for a day. Once he relaxed, chaos would occur frequently. It was best described as monkeys scattering when the tree falls. The current Planet Vanguard was no longer the Planet Vanguard of the past. The change had happened in the past 2,000 years. People began to focus more on their own future, on longevity, and on the Great Tao. There was nothing wrong with that. The change of the epoch didn't only affect the universe's cultivation world physically, but also psychologically. Lu Xiaoyi needed to find the person who reported the news of Zerg first and ask for the details before making a decision. He couldn't just barge into the winged race recklessly. That wasn't his style. Being bold and careful was indispensable. Planet Vanguard was a superlarge realm. Its size was comparable to the Fifth Ring, but he didn't need to enter the realm to find the person. In the sky above Planet Vanguard, outside the heaven and earth membrane, there was a huge immortal palace that was close to 1,000 miles in radius. It was made of hard cold iron, like a sky fortress. All kinds of offensive fire-type arrays were densely packed on it. From afar, the entire immortal palace was covered in scars. There were many places that were damaged. This wasn't the result of a single attack, but the accumulation of damage over hundreds of thousands of years. It was like the scars on an old soldier's body, inspiring respect. This was the core of the entire universe's resistance against the winged race. All the orders came from here. The rest of the personnel and the deployment of the cultivators also came from here. This was because it was more convenient to enter and exit the void, unlike the heaven and earth membrane in the realm. This was the core of the first line of defense. Only when this layer was broken would they retreat to the front line and rely on the heaven and earth membrane to continue resisting. However, this situation was extremely rare. In hundreds of thousands of years, this immortal palace fortress had only been breached once, and it was because of an accident. However, this old soldier had now lost his spirit. It wasn't because of the winged race, but because of the universe. It was because of the humans themselves. One couldn't help but sigh at the vicissitudes of life and the vicissitudes of the universe. The immortal palace, which was once crowded with cultivators, no longer had the iron-blooded war atmosphere of the past. Because it was located in the void, it was very convenient to enter and exit. Therefore, a part of it was converted into a market, which was also a kind of use. Various powerful sects and forces of the Planet Vanguard still had garrisons here, but only in a symbolic sense. Although it had only been a short 1 to 2,000 years, the adaptability of humans was quite astonishing. This was the greatest characteristic of humans. Lu Xiaoyi approached slowly, but no one came to interrogate him. The Planet Vanguard had a natural advantage, which was that there was no fear of forces coming to seize it. On one hand, the cultivators here were relatively strong. More importantly, it was so dangerous here. Who would be willing to spend so much effort to seize a planet that might be involved in a large-scale war with the winged race? Who would be so free as to cause trouble for themselves? Therefore, cultivators came and went as they pleased, and no one questioned them. It was also because of this that in the past 2,000 years, it had become the largest and most famous trading market in the several nearby universes. It was also an unexpected surprise. First, after 2,000 years, there was no longer the aura of war here, only a strong commercial atmosphere. Lu Xiaoyi didn't have too many feelings and melancholy about this. Everyone had the right to enjoy cultivation and life. Why did the Planet Vanguard have to live in the shadow of war forever? They had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of years for the humans of the main world. It was a domain of heroes. The closer he got to the immortal palace, the more cultivators there were from all directions. Yuanying was the main force, and there were also many perfected monarchs. However, he didn't see any half-immortal cultivators. This was in line with the rules of the cultivation world. Especially on the Planet Vanguard, Half-immortal cultivators with some achievements wouldn't stay here. The universe was very big, and there were too many places they hadn't been to. He quietly descended, like an ordinary Yuanian cultivator, and curiously observed everything around him. Chapter 2209. Lu Xiaoyi didn't look for the informant first. He went to the market first. How many years had it been since he last came to a place like the market? To be honest, since the day he started cultivating, he didn't seem to have come to a place like the market. He really brought out the swordsman's unrestrained nature to the extreme. The only problem was that when someone wrote a biography for him in the future, how could they add a word count? But this time, he planned to walk around. Zerg's Red Crisis didn't make much of a difference. It could also be considered as an experience of life. Along the way, with his level and vision, there couldn't be anything special that could be hidden from him, let alone something that would make his eyes light up. If he really wanted to pick up something, he might as well pick it up from his pile of storage rings. Those were the loot from killing demigods in recent years. There were countless good things, but he was too lazy to look at them. Many cultivators had such hobbies. Searching corpses and picking up treasures were the source of life's happiness. They were addicted to it and couldn't stop. Especially when they tried their best to open the other person's storage ring, the satisfaction, the anticipation, the excitement. How shameful would it be to have such a mentality? As the ultimate profession in this world, there was a surging heart of picking up trash. There was only one supreme realm for cultivators, and that was creation. A new path, a new cultivation method, a new foreign object, something that was most suitable for oneself, irreplaceable, and unique. This was the true sense of accomplishment. It wasn't pinning one's hopes on something that would slip through the fingers of others. Not only him, but his friends were also rarely obsessed with searching corpses and picking up treasures. Of course, this was also the quality that great cultivators of their level must have. Their thinking was a bit extreme. In the middle and low levels of cultivators, searching corpses was indeed a very effective way to quickly improve oneself. Walking slowly like this, in fact, he didn't experience the treasures here, the specialties of planet Tiantian, the commodity information of the nearby universe. What he recalled was a kind of mood, the youth of the past, the recklessness and childishness of the past. Those who could come here had to be at least at the Yuanian realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave the void. Therefore, the entire market was orderly. Everyone here was of high status. There was no noise, no quarrel, and no bargaining. The huge open-air market was extremely quiet, just like a ghost market. This might be more in line with their cultivation levels, but it indeed lacked the smoke and fire of the marketplace. It became not lively, lacking in atmosphere, and even more lacking in passion. Cultivation was originally a boring matter, and the higher one went, the more boring it was. When one reached the half-immortal realm, there wouldn't even be a market for half-immortals, because there was no need for it, and there was no need for it. What was being sold might be the concept of the Great Tao. How could he set up a stall for such a thing? He still saw something that he was interested in. It had nothing to do with its value, but the meaning behind it. There was a small area that sold very strange things. It looked more like a poultry market. However, there was no blood, nor was it killed on the spot. It looked more like a specimen. It had a pair of huge wings, sharp claws, black and white feathers, and some other strange things. For example, it was soaked in medicinal wine. When he came to a stall that had a complete variety of things, Lu Xiaoyi curiously picked up a tight transparent jade bottle and looked at it over and over again. He clicked his tongue. What's the effect of this thing? The perfected monarch who set up the stall glanced at him, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. He didn't want to answer, but his business wasn't very good these days. Few people were interested in his goods, so he couldn't afford to be arrogant. The whip of the winged man, used to refine pills. It can strengthen one's essence and replenish one's vitality. It can increase one's lifespan at the right time, strengthen one's body, strengthen one's muscles and blood, improve one's hearing and eyes. The body of the winged man is a treasure. It can be used to refine pills to resist aging. Not much, just a few more decades might mean another chance for cultivators. Don't you think it's important? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. He was a person who understood the ways of the world. He knew that if he wanted to ask something, he had to take care of other people's business. It was like going to a new city to ask for directions at a cigarette stall. If you didn't buy cigarettes, how could you open your mouth? Then give me a set. However, I'm new here, and it's also my first time passing by planet Qianren. There are some things that I need fellow Daoist's guidance on. When the perfected monarch saw that business had come to him, he immediately changed his attitude and became much more enthusiastic. It's fine. If you have any questions, just ask. In these 1,000 to 2,000 years on planet Qianren, there are no secrets to keep. Lu Xiaoyi probed, fellow Daoist, this place is very close to winged sky. If I buy this set of items, will it cause any trouble? I mean, if I meet the winged man? The perfected monarch waved his hand. What trouble can there be? Don't think that just because this place is close to winged sky, there will be a lot of winged man. These are two different things. As for what would happen if you meet the winged man, do you think that if you don't buy these things, there won't be any trouble? Isn't it the same? The winged man's thinking is actually not much different from humans. It's like a hostile force. If they see that you're easy to bully, they will definitely bully you. If they see that you're not easy to bully, they will definitely hide far away. Don't think of them as winged men. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Fellow Daoist, I'm a little curious. Since there are very few winged men here, and they're not in the winged skies passageway, where did you get these things? I don't mean anything else, but seeing that these parts are all newly made and not old cured meat, I'm a little worried. The perfected monarch smiled. Fellow Daoist, it's obvious that you're new to planet Qianren. You're not clear about the situation here. Since there's nothing else, I'll tell you about it. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and thanked the perfected monarch. He was not a chatterbox, but seeing how straightforward this person was in dealing with defy, he wanted to get closer and see if he could do more business with him. The passageway between winged sky and the main world opens every 10,000 years or so. This is the usual practice. The next time it opens, it will take another 6,000 or 7,000 years. Originally, there was no need to worry. For most low-level cultivators, it's not even once in their lifetime. But now, the environment has changed. The universe is changing, the weather is chaotic, and the era is changing. What was once a convention is no longer a convention. There will always be some kind of strange moths appearing. For example, this passageway opens and closes without any pattern. It doesn't open for long, so not too many winged men can pass through. Only small groups can pass through. The same principle applies to humans going to winged sky. It's like constipation, passing through depending on the sky. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. So the passageway isn't two-way? The perfected monarch nodded. How is that possible? Sometimes, it's two-way. Sometimes, humans can pass through, and sometimes, winged men can pass through. The weather changes are chaotic and unpredictable. Then these goods of mine are the result of winged men accidentally bumping into humans. After a battle, they were killed. That's why, fellow Daoist, they still look fresh. After this time, even if you want to buy more, I'm afraid that there will only be cured meat left. The effect will be much worse. Chapter 22:10. Lu Xiaoyi felt his scalp go numb, but he could understand the hatred of the front star cultivators towards the winged ones. The two sides had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. Which cultivator had not lost their seniors and friends to the winged ones? Therefore, it was normal for them to be cruel. The problem was that if he went over, the winged ones would not be any kinder than the humans. The true Lord obviously guessed his thoughts and comforted him. You don't have to worry too much. The era is about to change, and everything is changing. Not only the universe, but also the mentality of both sides. It's not like we have to exterminate the winged race. When the new era opens, both sides will face each other face to face. If the relationship is still as bad as it has been for hundreds of thousands of years, the winged ones will attack. Without the restriction of the passage, how can the front star withstand it? Therefore, as long as the winged ones don't show too much hostility and don't go overboard with looting and killing, we won't care. In this market, there are even winged ones setting up stalls. It's just that there aren't many of them. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This was in line with the way cultivation creatures got along. In the face of the general trend, no race would blindly hold on to their hatred forever. Occasionally, there would be vendettas. It might still be very dangerous now, but as time went by, the situation would become more and more relaxed until the next balance point was found. What about the winged ones? The true lord smiled. Isn't it the same? Without the isolation of the passage, they can indeed come out, but it also means that the winged ones no longer have this natural barrier to protect themselves. No matter how many winged ones there are, can they outnumber the humans of the main world? If it's still as bloody as before, the humans will see them as a threat. If they really organize forces to kill them, will they have any good? Therefore, the winged ones want to improve their relationship more than us humans. Integrating into the main world is a trend. If they come here, they will have to follow the rules of the humans, just like those immemorial beasts and void beast. There will be competition and war. It can be for benefits, but not just for the race. Otherwise, they will end up like Zerg. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This was the nature of cultivators. Only when they knew how to compromise could they pass on. Even the demonic beasts knew this, so how could the winged ones, who boasted that they were as smart as humans, not know this? The universe was changing, and every race was trying to find their place. If they couldn't find it, disaster would be waiting for them. In that case, isn't it a little too cruel for you to make all these bottles and jars, fellow Daoist? The true monarch nodded. That's right. In the former Immortal Palace market, stalls like mine could be said to be everywhere. There were bottles and jars everywhere. Everyone did this in order to vent the depression in their hearts. But now you see, which of the people around me is selling these bottles and jars like me? The higher-ups forbade us from doing so, saying that it's against the natural order. I only managed to get such a harvest because my friends and I bumped into a few unreasonable winged people by chance. Let me tell you the truth, the next time you come here, don't even think about bumping into them again, unless you kill the winged ones yourself. He paused for a moment and said mysteriously, "This is a rare opportunity. I'm only telling you this because you look kind and you're also polite. This might be the last batch of bottles and jars. It'll be harder to come across them in the future. I still have a set here, it's for the female winged people." Lu Xiaoyi walked out of the market with a strange expression, suppressing his discomfort. He knew that the grudges of hundreds of thousands of years had made all this normal and commonplace in the eyes of the locals. You can't judge other people from the moral high ground, because you haven't felt the pain of it. This kind of situation also happened to other races, such as the demonic beast race. If one treated the winged people as demonic beasts, it wouldn't be so unacceptable. But if one treated them as human beings, one would feel a heavy sense of guilt. It was difficult to draw a line. Was this true monarch more cruel, or was it more inhumane for the four of them to eat spirit beast meat in the interior realm? Perhaps in the future, with the evolution of the cultivation civilization, this kind of phenomenon would gradually decrease, but not now. One couldn't say that the demonic beasts, winged people, and other non-human cultivation creatures were so pitiful. Their cruelty was reflected in another way. Perhaps they would swallow you alive. Would that be considered uncivilized? The reason why they didn't put you in bottles and jars was because compared to other cultivation creatures, the value of the human body was not worth mentioning. They were the most disgusting kind in the cultivation world. They were not nutritious, their meat was not smooth enough, their intestines were not clean, and they could carry all kinds of diseases. Humans could treat the demonic beast's feet as delicacies, full of collagen and chewy. But demonic beasts couldn't treat human feet as delicacies. Even if they didn't like to bathe, the taste was so strong that they didn't need any seasoning. Lu Xiaoyi had a good habit. If he couldn't do it himself, he would never ask others from a moral point of view. The only thing he could do was to buy all the bottles and jars of the true monarch and prepare to find a place to destroy them to calm the discomfort in his heart. The winged people and humans looked too similar. He found a remote place in the Immortal Palace building next to the market square and took out a few sets of bottles and jars. He smashed them and allowed the medicinal liquid to flow out, but he gathered a pile of scattered items together and used the samadhi fire to burn them all. As a half-immortal, it was unreasonable that he couldn't use fire. But he couldn't use fire that was too high-end, unless he took out a flying sword. The samadhi fire was the secret fire of a cultivator. It was the easiest and was the instinct of every cultivator when they reached the level of yuaniing. It was a bit difficult to burn these things. The bones of the winged people were hollow and had a special structure. It took him a lot of effort. But relying on his profound cultivation, he didn't lose face under the strong burning. In the universal cultivation world, different races had different ways of dealing with things after death. There were all kinds of strange ways. But there was one way that all races tacitly agreed on, and that was to burn them. Therefore, using fire to burn them was a form of respect. If he had used other Tao realm methods, it would have been convenient, but it would have lost his original intention. He was still brooding over the fact that these winged men were turned into specimens. He was inclined to treat the winged men as a type of human. Just as his big flame was about to go out, a Taoist came out of the immortal corridor. He had a sage-like demeanor and extraordinary appearance, but his eagle eyes were unusually sharp. Well, his hair was also a bit more exuberant. It was a sun spirit supreme, arson of the immortal palace. What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoyi didn't bat an eyelid. Nothing big. I was just bored and set a fire to play with. The Taoist pressed on. This is the body of the winged people. You're burning it here. Could it be that you secretly colluded with them? Lu Xiaoyi smiled in surprise. Let's not play with these twists and turns, okay? I just couldn't bear to see their bodies exposed. What about you? You're the legendary Great Divine Wings, right? Chapter 22:11. The Daoist did not panic and laughed. Humans are indeed intelligent. Even a small cultivator like you can't fool you. I have no ill intentions. I originally wanted to do some business here to redeem the remains of my fellow clansmen, but I was a step too late. This is also a good way to deal with it. Under the flames, return to where you came from. You have a heart of great virtue and a desire to worship life, surpassing the majority of humans. Lu Xiaoyi disagreed. I can do this only because I came from afar. I don't feel any pain from the war between humans and winged men, but it's not because I have any great virtue. It's very funny to talk about great virtue under hatred. So don't distinguish me from other humans. To be honest, deep down, there is only one kind of human, just like there is only one kind of winged men. The Daoist was startled, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Well said. I'm too shallow. But no matter what, your actions are admirable. You truly regard the equality of the cultivation races in the universe as the ideal of cultivation. I have high hopes for you. Since you have a virtue, you must repay it. I have a Mingdi here. Take it. If you encounter my winged men in the future, who knows, you might be able to turn misfortune into fortune. He threw something at him, turned around, and left without looking back. A mere human nascent soul stage cultivator was not worth wasting too much of his time. Lu Xiaoyi took the Mingdi and roughly understood the meaning of the great wings of heaven. It was probably something that the winged men used to communicate with each other. Once they blew on it, they would know that it was one of them, similar to the principle of a signal transponder. He had long known that this winged man was following him, starting from the moment he bought all the bottles of that true monarch. He originally thought that this was a hidden line set up by the Bamboo Hat Gang, so he used the opportunity of burning bones to lure the winged man here. He could negotiate with both sides without any delay. If it was in the air, it would be too conspicuous. He did not expect that it was a misunderstanding. This was just a great wings of heaven who had set up a stall in the immortal palace. Of course, he definitely had his own motives, but it had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoyi. He had obtained a Mingdi. If he really went to wings spread skies, he might be able to use it. His luck was not bad, good people always had good karma. Returning to the market square, he continued his leisurely stroll. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the area where all kinds of pet beasts were being traded. This area was much livelier, not because of the change in attitude of the cultivators, but because the pet beasts that had been brought out for public display weren't very well behaved. Their roars were incessant, and their eyes were fierce. They were all straightforward and didn't know how to hide their emotions. Releasing the pet beasts was also to make it easier for the customers to choose from. Every cultivator had their own preferences, uses, and preferences. It might even be related to their cultivation techniques and orthodoxies. But nearly half of the pet beasts here were winged beasts. Could this be related to the proximity of the winged skysaw mountain? Lu Xiaoyi naturally didn't care about the quality of these beasts. If he was willing, he had many chances to take in demonic beasts of the half-immortal level. There were even primordial beasts that were willing to follow him. Phoenixes, heavenly foxes, black dragons, xiangliu, fei, great geese, peacocks, and so on. If he wanted to gather a group of demonic beasts and spirit pets, he would be able to embarrass the strongest orthodoxy in the universe to death. But he couldn't do that. He had so many demonic beasts as friends because he treated them as equals. He never treated himself as their master. This wasn't a hypocrite, but a philosophy that was deeply rooted in his bloodline. He could let the demonic beasts feel it at the first moment. Thus, a very strange phenomenon occurred. When he passed by groups of pet beasts, those pet beasts would look at him eagerly, hoping that he would take them away. Unfortunately, he couldn't. In the eyes of these stall owners, he was a cultivator who was proficient in beast taming. People like this were rare, but they weren't the only ones. People like this might have true beast taming skills, but they definitely weren't good customers. They were too picky and couldn't be fooled. Lu Xiaoyi didn't go and cause trouble for them. He walked around and came to a place that sold mountain beasts. Mountain beasts referred to those demonic beasts that lived in the world domain. They leaned towards the species that humans were more familiar with, such as lions, tigers, bears, leopards, and so on. In the high-level beast taming market, such demonic beasts weren't popular. The truly popular top-grade beasts were the strange beasts and demonic beasts that were used to living in the void of the universe. So, this stall was a little deserted. Different from other beast taming markets, this stall owner's method of selling was very special. He didn't let these mountain beasts out for people to look at and choose. Instead, he put them all into a large spirit beast bag. It was a blind selection. According to the stall owner, there was a monarch-level beast inside. As long as you were lucky, you might be able to get it at a lower price. It was just a sales strategy. He used a monarch-level beast to arouse the interest of the buyers and then sold those inferior beasts that couldn't be sold. The real beast would definitely be there, but you definitely wouldn't be able to touch it. This was the true essence of this kind of trick. It was just like catching a blind box. You could see the most expensive one, but you would never be able to catch it. Here, you couldn't even see the beast taming market. No cultivator was a fool. This kind of trick could be played with middle and low-level cultivators. In a place like the Immortal Palace, everyone's realm was at least yuannying. Who would be greedy for such a small advantage? So, the stall was deserted and no one came to patronize it. The stall owner was a cultivator who came from afar. He thought that he could make a big profit in the front, but who knew that the cultivators here weren't interested in his mountain beasts. However, he was a stubborn person. Even if no one came to patronize him, he didn't change his sales strategy. Lu Xiaoyi was interested. He handed over a spiritual tablet and got a chance to buy a spirit beast bag. "What is that monarch-level beast?" The stall owner said coldly, "A six-winged oyster." Lu Xiaoyi smiled and didn't say much. He put his hand into the spirit beast bag. Before he could stir it, he felt a certain spirit beast bite him. He couldn't help but laugh. So it wasn't me who chose the beast, but the beast who chose me. He didn't dawdle and retracted his right hand. He saw a small white tiger hanging from his palm. It had a strong head and was stubbornly biting down on him, refusing to let go. He laughed. 100 strands of spiritual tablet, and you bought this? White tigers were actually very common among mountain beasts. They were only slightly stronger than normal beasts. There were also black tigers, golden tigers, winged tigers, eagle tigers, ghost tigers, bone tigers, and other precious breeds. In the mortal world, they were extraordinary, but in the cultivation world, they were completely insignificant. Maybe your luck will change if you draw one more time? The stall owner urged. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? If you do it again, I'll definitely take all of your mountain breaker beast. With one hand holding the tiger skin behind the white tiger's neck, he strolled away. The people around him shook their heads. So what if he was good at controlling beasts? Since greed had arisen, then he would still have to suffer. Only the stall owner was left there. He felt a little strange. Among the mountain beasts he caught in his own domain, there didn't seem to be a white tiger. There was a white bear, but it was completely unrelated. Did he remember wrongly? Chapter 22:12. P.S. The double holiday is coming to an end. Thank you for your support. I'll say a few more words. The Sword Soldier book is about to reach the end. Sloth is satisfied with this book as it makes up for the regrets of The Sword Apprentice. Although some readers think it's not as hot-blooded as The Sword Apprentice, the two protagonists can't be the same. Sloth is satisfied with this book as he didn't fool everyone. If you read it in one go, you'll understand what sloth means. It's not worse than The Sword Apprentice. What's worse is the result. After May, the subscriptions of The Sword Soldier plummeted and fell out of the top 100. It's a pity. An author has to pay a lot for a book, especially someone like Sloth who has OCD. He doesn't want to fool everyone. Sloth never advertises or runs a business. He only does his part as a writer. Now it seems that it doesn't conform to the reality of this era. If you're aloof and reserved, no one will care about you. Only old readers like you can only earn a few yuan a month. You can't even afford a simple breakfast. Let's go back to the starting point and give Sloth some motivation. A true scholar should finish what he started. Thank you again for your support. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyi carried the little white tiger without any scruples, but he didn't take it seriously. Old White, do you have to be so careful? You're acting like a spy meeting. The white tiger snorted. Do you think I want to do this? I'm old, so why are you carrying me around? Why do I have to pretend to be childish and cute? The circle of the old cultivators in the interior heaven is much deeper than you think. For hundreds of thousands of years, they've supported the vanguard star in every war. Their relationship with the cultivators here is complicated and complicated. It's better to have less trouble. For me, being brought here by you reduces a lot of karma. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. This kind of karma is really easy to deceive. Isn't it just deceiving oneself and others? But, Old White, how did you know I'd be sent here? The old white tiger snorted. There are a few evergreen trees in the circle of the old cultivators in the interior heaven. I'm one of them. It's just that I'm not human, so I'm not accepted. But I have connections among the old cultivators. As soon as they made the announcement, I knew it would fall on your head. You brat, you didn't keep your word. You said that you would inform me before you left. Why did you go back on your word? Are you looking down on me because you think I'll cause you trouble? Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. Or by, you're wrongly accusing me. The place I'm staying at has long been under surveillance. No matter what method I use, it'll be very difficult for news to spread. As long as it spreads, they'll immediately know that Albai will be moving with me. That's artificially increasing the difficulty. So, the white tiger sneered, your plan is quite thorough. Although I don't meddle in other people's business, I haven't lost my teeth yet. I had my own arrangements in Eagle Cliff. When I came out, I didn't directly project it from the interior sky. Instead, I projected it from another universe. They wouldn't know about it. Alright, you don't have to discuss with me what you're going to do next. Just do what you need to do. It won't be too late for me to help you when you're in trouble. Get me a spirit beast pouch. If I'm carried by you like this, people will see through it sooner or later. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because everyone's realm is lower than yours on the front star. The waters are deep here. I'm getting old. I didn't expect that I'd have to enter the spirit beast pouch one day. What bad luck. Lu Xiaoyi knew that he was telling the truth. These old seniors had strange tempers, but they were very cautious when they did things. They were watertight. So he smiled and said, "How can I let you enter the spirit beast pouch, Albai? Even I can't let you in. Why don't you enter a small world? I've made quite a few small world spaces recently, and some of them are quite good. You'll definitely like them." He threw Albai into a new small world space. He was basically done with the necessary preparations. It was time to find the informant who reported Zerg's movements on the front star. In his mind, this informant was very likely to be in cahoots with the interior celestial cultivators, or a scapegoat that they pushed out. But no matter what, he still had to follow the procedure. Yi Zhongtian belonged to a place where he could go or not go. In his plan, this wasn't an indispensable place. He had basically grasped more than half of the core strength of the universe's demon beasts. There was no need for him to completely grasp it, because it was also impossible. But since the bamboo hat had brought him here, it could be considered killing two birds with one stone. So he did not have any intention to resist coming to Wing Spread Sky. The winged people were the descendants of the Great Rock, and the Great Rock was one of the two kings of the 10,000 beasts. He had never been able to grasp the pulse of this race. This was a good opportunity to test the Great Rock's background and see if it was an enemy. Or was it just because of his pride? Without a purpose, he would be manipulated by others. This was not his character. If he rashly looked for the Great Rock without a reason, he might not be able to find out the truth. Just like this trip to Wing Spread Sky, there was the conspiracy behind the bamboo hat and the demigod cultivators. The winged people hated the humans, especially the swordsmen. Only in this kind of life and death situation could he truly see the Great Rock's attitude. In Lu Xiaoyi's plans, the future of power lay in the struggle between humans, demonic beasts, and spiritual treasures. It was impossible for him to gain widespread support from the human race, because the human race was the most difficult to control. Currently, he had a certain amount of influence among a portion of the demonic geniuses, in the eastern elephant heavens, and in the Kuan Dao. This was practically the limit of what he could do. If there were more, he wouldn't know where to start. The spiritual treasures were a different situation. He had an innate advantage, and the support of the Heavenly Eye's innate spiritual treasures led by the Lord of Spiritual Treasures. But he would not forget that this was actually the legacy of Li Wuya, and did not truly belong to him. He wanted to expand his influence among the spiritual treasures, but he did not know where to start. It felt like there was always a layer separating them, and he could not get close. On one hand, it was because he did not have many opportunities to communicate with the numinous treasure race. More likely, it was because the numinous treasure race was a race with a pure heart and few desires. Their favorable impressions were always faint and not as strong as those of the demonic beasts. He did not know if this faint favorable impression could be converted into actual support at a crucial moment, and he had no way of testing it. It was precisely because he could not fully grasp the two Dafar aspects of the human race and the spiritual treasures that he put in a lot of effort on the demons. Recently, his series of actions had basically revolved around the demons. If he wanted to achieve perfection, he could not ignore the existence of the Great Rock. He had to admit that although there were two kings among the 10,000 beasts, the Phoenix was more of a spiritual leader, while the Great Peng was more of a practical ruler. Especially among the original group of immemorial sacred beasts, it had a great reputation. He had to figure out the true attitude of this faction. Among the three main cultivation forces, he hoped to gain the absolute support of at least one side. He placed this hope on the demons. So far, the Great Rock was the last piece of the puzzle. This was his main goal. Otherwise, why would he run into a trap that was obviously dug by others? On this point, Li Wuya's biography clearly stated that he had fought countless battles and killed countless enemies in his life. It was not because of his combat strength that he could look down on the entire universe, but because he never played according to other people's intentions. He always made others unable to understand his actions. It was a habit. He never knew where he was going to go. What was he going to do? He always appeared in unexpected places, and quickly left after stirring up **T. He always mobilized others, and not be mobilized by others. This was the true secret of Li Wuya's invincibility. Regarding this point, he had clearly stated it in his autobiography. He never hid anything. To put it bluntly, it was actually just a word. However, Li Wuya was no longer limited to being unrestrained in swordsmanship. He had expanded it to include the concept of cultivation and the value of life. This was also what Lu Xiaoyi advocated. Unrestrained. Even if you were a fly, it would be difficult for others to swat you. Chapter 22:13. In the immortal palace outside the Vanguard Star, there were countless large and small palaces that belonged to different orthodoxies. They were originally built to resist the invasion of the Winged Ones, making it easier for them to attack and fight. However, after nearly 2,000 years, the shadow of war was no longer there, but the shadow of the new era was even more unpredictable. Many of the smaller sects and orthodoxies no longer stationed their forces on the immortal palace. Only the most powerful sects and orthodoxies still kept their high-level cultivators here. It was not for the sake of war, but more for the sake of a gesture. Among the many palaces, there was a palace with a very unique style. Calling it style was not accurate, but more accurately, its color was a rich purple. It was completely different from the other palaces around it, which were basically all heavy colors. There were 3 large words on the plaque of the palace: Incense Hall. This was the palace of a famous sect on the Vanguard Star, the Incense Hall sect. The complete purple color made it look very different, as if it did not fit in with the entire immortal palace complex that was built for war. However, it stood there like this, never changing even after so many years. War should also have color, right? In the palace, several beautiful fairies stood solemnly. At the head of the table, a fairy in a purple robe frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. A sun god fairy below was reporting, "Ancestor Su, the situation is like this. A few decades ago, 2 other sisters and I went to the wings spread sky to collect the blue crystal cloud gauze. By chance, we found signs of Zerg's activity in the wings spread sky. We were very surprised, but due to the various restrictions on human activities in the wings spread sky, we were unable to investigate in detail, so we left it at that. At that time, we thought that it might be because the Winged Ones and Zerg both participated in the 2 universe wars in the 5th ring, and they belonged to the same faction, so it was normal for them to have some interactions. Until a few months ago, the Heavenly Eyes sent an order to all orthodoxies in the Origin world to report any signs of Zerg's suspicious activity in the past 1,000 years, to guard against a possible red tide. We thought, was what we saw in the wings spread sky a similar situation? For something like this, it was better to believe it than not, or else it would be irresponsible to all of humanity in the universe, so we reported it through our channels. Since the wings spread sky is not a place that our Origin world cultivators can easily enter and search, we could only leave it to the truly capable people of the Heavenly Eyes sect. That's the general situation, but I didn't expect to alarm Ancestor Su. It's truly a great sin. The purple-robed woman called Ancestor Su looked at them calmly. There was no reproach in her tone. Her magnetic voice had a unique charm that made people feel at ease and calm. Very good. Although the threat of the Winged Ones is temporarily gone, it's also very good that you're thinking of contributing to the survival of mankind. Not forgetting your original intentions is the purpose of our Incense Robe sect. Then try to recall the encounter with Zerg a few decades ago. Was there anything suspicious about the whole process? What I mean is it possible that someone is deliberately leading, guiding, and leading the rhythm? Although investigating the movements of the insectoids is a responsibility that cultivators like us cannot shirk away from, this place called Wings Spreading Heavens is too special. If we don't handle it well, we'll attract a fatal disaster. As the source of the report, my incense cloth sect also more or less bears some responsibility. Therefore, we need to be more cautious and consider more thoroughly. However, we don't really suspect that you have done anything wrong. The Sun Spirit Fairy thought about it carefully and communicated with the other sisters beside her. She replied, "In our opinion, there are no such signs. Back then, The whole journey was decided by us. How to find the winged ones to trade, how to choose the path, no outsiders were involved in the whole process. Of course, it was impossible for anyone to guide us. There are no stars in wing-spanning skies, only dust nebulas. We can't understand how Zerg's red light could use the nebula as a breeding ground, but this is not something we should consider. Of course, if Zerg and the winged ones worked together to create this illusion during our journey, we really can't distinguish it. After all, the movements of humans in wing-spanning skies are very restricted. It's impossible for us to investigate the slightest abnormality. Moreover, that was decades ago, before the rumors of Zerg's red light spread. The purple-robed woman nodded slightly. She still trusted the disciples of her sect. She was born in the incense cloth sect and had been cultivating in the exterior realm. There were many such half-immortals in the frontline star. It had to be admitted that although the living environment here was bad, it was still very good for cultivators in the upper realm. This was the principle of the so-called environment tempering people. Less than 10,000 years of life and the fourth decay realm. Even in the exterior realm, there were very few people who were outstanding. In the incense cloth sect, only the previous sect leader had reached this level. She was the stabilizing force of the incense cloth sect. Regardless of whether it was when she was on planet Chenxing or later when she was in the exterior realm, she had always used the most ancient standards of a cultivator to hold herself to. She had to abide by the rules and never cross the line. Others often laughed at her peerless beauty for having the old-fashioned temperament of an old nun. However, only she knew that this was the foundation of the Lavender sect's establishment. Don't envy the prosperity of the outside world, only seek inner peace. Back then, the sect leader, Fairy Liang Ren, had taught her this. Cultivating in the exterior realm turned a deaf ear to the changes in the outside world and turned a blind eye to them. In the current chaotic situation, people like her were also a sect. There were many of them and they could be considered a circle. However, their circle didn't have cohesion. It was true that they were scattered sand, each minding their own business. The wind was moving. The clouds were moving. The universe was moving. The era was moving. No, what was really moving was the cultivator's heart. This was the core principle of their sect. Therefore, as long as they didn't move, nothing else would move. The so-called change of era was just a big threshold in the changes of the universe. There was nothing substantial about it. The universe was always moving. Could it be that the heart of cultivation would always move with it? If it moved, they just had to adapt to it. Why should they panic? There were countless theories about cultivation, but it was difficult to say that there was a definite conclusion. From the perspective of the heavenly way, some cultivators below moved and some didn't in the changes of the universe. This was the normal balance. Moving was right. Not moving was also right. If you think it's right, then it's right. Therefore, even if the winds and clouds of the universe changed in the past few thousand years and heroes came out one after another, to a cultivator with a philosophy like hers, it was just a passing cloud. She didn't care about it and didn't pay attention to it. The only thing she paid attention to was her own cultivation. She would do what she should do. It wasn't until a cultivator who also came from the frontline star found her and told her that Zerg had appeared in the winged sky and that there was a danger of the Red Flood. Moreover, the news came from her sect, the incense cloth sect. Only then did her tranquil state of mind move slightly. Chapter 22:14. The Lavender sect's biggest weakness was that although they were Kuan cultivators, they dared to take the lead for humans. Although they were a Kuan cultivator sect, the sect's purpose was to always stand at the forefront of the fight against the alien race. They were not a sect born and bred on the frontier star. Instead, they migrated here after learning that the frontier star was at the front line of the fight against the winged man. As for which universe they migrated from, it was too long ago to know. There were many sects like them on the frontier star. One had to admit that when it came to fighting against the alien race, some sects had retreated to protect themselves, but there were also more who stood up. Whether it was the winged man, Zerg, or any other race that threatened the survival of humans, they were all their enemies. Therefore, when she received this news, She immediately considered whether there was anything wrong with the lavender sect's report, or if there was anything wrong with it. In a place like the exterior realm, even if she cultivated and recuperated, it was impossible for her to be completely ignorant of the outside world. Through a limited number of close friends, she was also very aware of some of the selfish and distracting thoughts of the human race when they eliminated the hidden danger of Zerg's red light. Using public power for personal gain, attacking for revenge, and eliminating dissidents were not clean. She did not want her sect to be involved in such dirty water, but at this point, it was obvious that the supremes of her own sect in the main world could not solve it. Therefore, she had no choice but to descend to the mortal world. This was the reason why she appeared in the Immortal Palace. Even if the pursuit of Zerg's traces had nothing to do with her for the time being, if it was related to the Lavender sect, it was related to her. After returning to the Immortal Palace, she gathered the Lavender sect disciples and interrogated them several times, but she did not seem to find anything out of the ordinary. However, she also knew that in the cultivation world, everything was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. She was still hesitating, wondering how she should stay out of this farce. It was the Lavender sect who reported the insect's tracks, which also involved the Lavender sect. There was no need to put the disciples under such pressure. They could not bear it, so she was the only one who could. However, she had not thought clearly about what she should do. The few lavender fairies left the Immortal Palace. This matter no longer had anything to do with them. Naturally, Ancestor Sue would take the lead. Although she also suspected that she had caused some big trouble, this was already beyond the scope of what they could bear. The purple-robed fairy stood silently in the hall. She tried to find the most important thread from the messy ball of thread, but she couldn't find the door. Then, a few breaths approached the hall. They didn't hide their auras. Like her, they were also half-immortals. Thus, she knew that all of this had probably already begun. 4 half-immortals entered the palace. The purple-robed fairy was familiar with 3 of them. They were all half-immortals from the front star. Only one of them was unfamiliar. He had a young face and a calm demeanor. However, he seemed to be the leader of the 4. Daoist Sheng Sheng was the oldest among them, and his status was also the highest. Whether it was in the front star or in the interior heaven, he was also her senior. He clasped his hands and introduced the 2 of them. This fairy is the sect ancestor of the Lavender sect, Fairy Su Ren. Then, he introduced the unfamiliar cultivator. This is the famous Inspector Lu of the interior and exterior heaven. He is the leader of the younger generation in the great tide of the change of era. Today, we are fortunate to meet in the front star. Let's get to know each other better. The purple-robed fairy was slightly surprised. Of course, she had heard of this person. No matter how closed off the world was, who in the interior and exterior heaven didn't know of Inspector Lu's name? He had done countless great things, too many to count. Not to mention other things, just the number of half-immortals who had been killed by him in the past few hundred years was already more than 50. It was only a matter of time before he reached the 3-digit. Everyone was discussing whether or not there would be more half-immortals who would die during the change of eras when the new era arrived. Or more half-immortals would die in his hands. Greetings, Inspector Lu. So the thorough investigation of the wings spreading heaven this time was actually presided over by Inspector Lu? It seems that our previous worries don't matter. With Inspector Lu, what else can't be solved? Lu Xiaoyi returned the greeting. Sister Su Ren is too polite. The work is done by everyone, I'm just adding bricks and tiles. The so-called wings spreading heaven is the first time for me. As a newcomer, I hope that all the seniors can help me. As the saying goes, a single tree can't form a forest, a single silk can't form a thread, and a single flower can't form a spring. I'm a reckless guest from the outer domain, and I hope that everyone can help me. The few of them exchanged pleasantries and quickly got to the main topic. Daoist Sheng Sheng pulled the strings. Junior Sister Su, it's like this. Inspector Lu came here to find the few disciples who found the insect tracks to understand the specific situation at that time. There's no other meaning, mainly about the general location, direction, and other abnormalities. The more detailed, the better. It's also beneficial for Inspector Liu to carry out the investigation after entering the wings-spreading heaven, right? That place has never been less hostile to us humans. Of course, we don't fear people like Inspector Liu, but I'm worried that if Inspector Liu kills too many, it will attract some unnecessary trouble. Junior sister Sue smiled slightly, her expression was warm, but the meaning behind her words was very unyielding, like a needle hidden in silk floss. Unfortunately, I just ordered them to go out on a mission. However, I also understand Inspector Liu's intention. Just now, I asked about the entire process in detail, no matter how big or small, so why don't I answer? It's not that big of a deal. Lu Xiaoyi didn't insist, that's fine. It's the same no matter who says it. It's just for the sake of convenience, nothing else. He knew very well that this fairy Su Ren said this because she was protecting the disciples of the Lavender sect. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she went out on a mission? Was he, Lu Xiaoyi, so cruel that people would fear him like a snake? It was only human nature, so he didn't go overboard. Su Ren recounted the entire process of her disciples encountering the insects in detail, not omitting anything or deliberately hiding anything. To her, the troublesome thing wasn't the matter of Zerg being red, but rather the awkwardness of being caught between the two major powers of the human race. She couldn't say for sure who was the one tricking who. The old powers were cunning, while the new powers were fierce. Neither of them were easy to get along with. This made a cultivator like her, who was unmoved, feel very uncomfortable. She really didn't want to get involved in this kind of boring internal strife. But now, it seemed that it was very difficult to not get involved in this kind of muddy water. Lu Xiaoyi quietly listened until the end, but he didn't feel disappointed. It was impossible to get any useful information here. Everything would have to wait until they entered the winged heavens realm. They were talking to themselves now, so it was purely a guess. They were just following the procedure. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble the few of you. I want to know about the opening and closing of the passage to the winged heavens realm. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Even if it's just a story, we still have to go in and come out covered in bird feathers, right? Chapter 22:15. Lu Xiaoyi felt like he was on cloud 9 under the flattery of the few Vanguard Star half-immortals. He had to make such a big fuss in order to make the conspiracy even fiercer. This was also the reason why he came here. This pointless confrontation was just a waste of time for him, it was meaningless. As for the few Vanguard Star half-immortals, he still couldn't see much from them. This wasn't something that could be seen clearly in a short period of time. For cultivators, they might not be able to understand it even if they looked at it for a lifetime. He enjoyed the flattery of the Vanguard Star half-immortals, the reception, all kinds of bewitching potions, and flattery for 3 full days. Before leaving the Immortal Palace, he received countless blessings of victory, success, and smooth sailing. It was as if this was simply an outing, it was as easy as turning over one's hand. Lu Xiaoyi didn't even need to fly, he was blown towards the wing-spread heavens passage. He was thinking, if he came back here one day, what kind of expression would these half-immortals have? The passage between the Vanguard Star domain and the wing-spread heavens space wasn't a passage in a normal sense, it was actually an overlapping region. The region was fan-shaped, the wide part of the fan was located on the wing-spread heavens side, and the narrow part was located on the human universe side. This made it possible to intercept them. If it wasn't for this kind of space restriction, it would undoubtedly be a fool's dream to stop the wing-spread heavens people in this vast space. This fan-shaped region was very big, the width of the fan was several billion miles, only the end of the fan handle had a narrow exit that was tens of thousands of miles wide. This was also where the human cultivators had set up several defensive formations. Of course, they were long gone now. The wing-spread heavens space was a strange and huge space, it changed periodically with the tide of space. Every 10,000 years, the wing-spread heavens space and the main world space would overlap. In other words, the two spaces had the possibility of intersecting, so people simply thought that it was a passage. However, before the change of the era, the celestial phenomena in the universe were chaotic. Many of the operating mechanisms were damaged or leaked out. The overlapping of 10,000 years became an intermittent, small-scale overlapping with no fixed time and no fixed location. This provided a realistic possibility for small teams from both sides to pass through. Of course, this kind of irregular pattern was impossible to grasp and predict. You could only wait here if you acted quickly. Lu Xiaoyi came to this overlapping space, which was also the main battlefield between the humans and the winged men for hundreds of thousands of years. Standing here, although the void was vast, he could feel that thousands of soldiers and horses had once fought here. A place worth remembering forever. However, in less than a few thousand years, humans had already forgotten about this place, forgotten about the unyielding and glorious humans here. There were no signs of overlapping yet, but you never knew when it would come out, so you could only wait here so that you could enter as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyi didn't stand in the air and wait like a statue. He found a treasure similar to a bed from his storage ring. He couldn't remember exactly who he had killed and picked it up as a spoil of war, but it was very suitable for the moment. If it wasn't for its function, he would definitely not stand if he could lie down. The wide bed was covered with a red satin quilt, and there was a round muslin cover on top. If there was a naked beauty inside, it would be a unique taste, but if there was a burly man inside, Lu Xiaoyi threw himself into the soft velvet quilt and reclined against the pillow, holding a jade scroll in his hand. He wasn't pretending, he was really reading Li Wuya's travel notes. Li Wuya had been here before, and together with another peerless villain, he had a series of unspeakable stories with a female cultivator from the Lavender sect. The woman was called Goodman. Lu Xiaoyi laughed as he watched with great interest. This Lavender sect was very interesting. Their name was very strange. In the past, they were the good people, but now they were the plain people. After the new era, they wouldn't become the evil people, would they? In another short memory, he also liked to watch such literary films, but he usually liked the genre next to Good Man, Unforgettable Memories, Simple Happiness. He realized that happiness was really a mysterious thing. It wouldn't become easier with the increase of one's strength, because the stronger one's strength, the higher the threshold of happiness. In the end, one would find that it was still very difficult to obtain true happiness. Fools were the happiest. Then, she felt an aura approaching her. The good man slowly flew toward the battlefield of the past. Here, she had once fought an extremely difficult battle. Dozens of years of fierce battle changed her life, and the memory was still fresh in her mind. Then, she saw the huge bed and the person on it. There was an indescribable sense of strangeness. She realized that the two of them seemed to have reversed their positions. She had a basic respect for this person who had been rumored to be a god in recent years, but she would never change her determination because of those rumors. She had seen many powerful half-immortals, but in the face of time, under the immortal court, and surrounded by wolves, there were no heroes. This was the real cultivation world. A person's strength could be strong for a while, but it couldn't be strong for a lifetime. Laughing very happily. What she couldn't understand was, what kind of character could make a person who made people tremble in fear in the universe laugh unscrupulously like a child? He was also a sickly person, as if all talented people were like this. Didn't he know that this trip to the winged heavens might be a trip of death? The patient noticed her and greeted her casually, as if it was a matter of course to meet her here. Fairy Sue, what is the matter for you to come here? The good man's heart regained its calmness. Why should she blame others? If she didn't blame others in her heart, then she would be defeated. I want to inform the enforcer that I also want to make a trip to the winged heavens, and wish to travel together with the enforcer. I wonder if it's convenient. Lu Xiaoyi sat up and kept the bed. His face was filled with curiosity, and his manner of speaking was finally normal. This trip is indescribably dangerous, but it's not as simple as it seems on the surface. I personally don't mind, but Fairy, do you really know what it means to enter the winged heavens? It might mean that you will be drawn into a whirlpool that you don't want to enter. The good man smiled coldly. Her extreme beauty made even the ferocious aura that had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years on the battlefield disappear. It's precisely because my fragrant clothes sect doesn't want to get involved that I must understand the whole story in detail. so that I can know what I should do to avoid it as much as possible. After the Fragrant Clothes sect reported the news about Zerg, we were already drawn into it, wasn't that so? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. To me, you guys don't. But I can control myself, but I can't control others. Chapter 22:16. The two of them didn't have much to say to each other. Since they were strangers, it was very awkward for them to interact with each other. However, if Lu Xiaoyi didn't want to feel awkward, he would definitely find a way to do so. After all, he was a natural talker. Husband, your sister Su Ren's elder, right? Su Ren looked at him. She knew very well what the swordsman was trying to say. Of course, she had seen husband before. Not only that, he was also her most respected teacher and the person who guided her in cultivation. They had also interacted for thousands of years. The Lavender sect's rod had been handed to her by her lover. She had vowed to protect this sect that had raised her with her life. However, this didn't mean that she would easily hang the sect on some broken ship that was speeding away. In the last few thousand years, she had already fully grown up. Husband had also told her many secrets that would never be recorded in the ancient records and would only be hidden in her heart. Those were secrets that were difficult to speak of and couldn't be spoken of. Once they were spoken of, there was a possibility that it would bring about a disaster. There was a hurdle that couldn't be avoided. That person who was the first to bring the innate Tao to the lower realm, his actions might cause many people to scold him, but at the same time, there would also be many people who would support him. Whether it was right or wrong could only be left to the history of cultivation to judge. The universe was changing, and the era was changing. Su Ren originally thought that these earth-shattering events would be far away from her, and that she only needed to watch from afar. However, her master told her a story about his friendship with the greatest swordsman in history, the craziest subversive. Only then did she understand that the universe could be very big, but it could also be very small. It was so small that such a character was only one person away from her. And now, when she started to truly come into contact with this orthodoxy, she finally understood how much pressure one had to bear behind the glamour. The entire circle of half-immortals only dared to secretly scheme against others. None of them dared to use the most basic method of cultivation to directly challenge others. If this kind of pressure was placed on her, she reckoned that her heart would be moved, or even tremble. However, this person in front of her had set up a huge bed in the void of the universe. He reclined on it and looked down on all living things. However, she still didn't think that she should be entangled with such a person. She was very clear about her position. She had to stand with the sun. Other than being burned to death, there was no other outcome. That's my master, but my master is an orthodox person. He rarely talks about private matters with me. Lu Xiaoyi was at a loss for words. He knew very well that the other party did not want to implicate Li Wuya in this matter. When he connected the dots with Shen Yuan, he realized that both parties had some history. He was very cautious. Since the other party was not willing, he would not force it. You can follow me. You can leave any time. I won't ask you to do anything. Similarly, you can't ask me to do anything. I'm not responsible for anything that might happen along the way. Until now, Lu Xiaoyi was still unsure of this woman's intentions. Was she really thinking about the safety of the incense robe sect? Or was he using this as an excuse to spy on him? Was this part of the conspiracy? He wouldn't completely trust this woman just because the former Lavender sect leader had a relationship with Li Wuya. These were two different matters. As time passed, nothing would remain unchanged. Even if his lover was here, he would still have the same attitude, let alone a normal person. The woman nodded. Don't worry, enforcer. I won't interfere with your investigation. This is your right, not mine. I just want to take a closer look at the information reported by our incense robe sect. How much truth is there? Lu Xiaoyi smiled indifferently. When the storm comes, it won't care if you're innocent or not. The two finally returned to silence. In front of an experienced half-immortal Kuan cultivator, Lu Xiaoyi didn't continue with his flowery words. When it came to joking, it had to be based on the person and the situation. If the wrong person was at the wrong place, the original unfamiliarity would turn into annoyance. A person who was really good at talking would definitely know when to shut up. In this space, the two waited for close to 2 months. There were also 2 small overlapping chances. However, one time, only Yi Zhantian could pass through. The other time, it was a 2-way overlapping space. However, the time was short. It was so short that even with their half-immortal senses, they couldn't react to it. It wasn't until the 3rd time, when it was also a 2-way overlapping space, that they finally got the chance to pass through. One after the other, they quickly entered the overlapping space. They couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, if the space lost its effect, they wouldn't know where they would be sent to. There wouldn't be any danger to their lives, but it would take up too much time. The two didn't say a word as they rushed forward. Even if the woman raised her speed to the maximum, she could only barely keep up with the swordsman's shadow. This made her secretly shocked at how strong this person was. However, swordsman's specialty was speed. It was pardonable that she couldn't keep up with him in this aspect. In the next moment, they sensed an aura in front of them. It was obvious that the winged person was also rushing towards the origin world, just like them. However, the aura felt normal from afar. However, when it got closer, it started to become strange. That was because it was no longer a winged person, but a dead person. Just like that, he continued to fly. Along the way, people continued to die. He broke through the overlapping space and entered wings spreading heaven. She counted and found that a total of 11 winged people had died under the sword of this crazy sword cultivator. She frowned. In a sense, we're here to be messengers. Lu Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Yes, from now on, we're messengers. We shouldn't cause too much trouble and kill too many people. However, this is only after we enter Yi Zhantian. Before that, I'm just an ordinary human. I have the right to pay my respects to those who were buried here. The woman was speechless for a moment. Madness wasn't the scariest thing. What was truly terrifying was the rationality under that madness. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Looking at the clear blue sky in front of him, his mood became much more cheerful. Towards beautiful women, he should be a little gentler. Before the new era truly arrives, before Yi Zhantian and the origin world completely merge, the winged people and humans are still enemies, rivals. We can't make wild guesses and let down our guard just because of possible changes. What if Yi Zhantian still exists after the new era? Do you think they'll give up on trying to infiltrate the origin world? The possibility of merging in the future is just a possibility. However, the merging also depends on who is merging with whom. It's not about whose feathers are prettier, it's about whose fist is bigger, who's fiercer. Any kind of compromise, the closer it is to the end, the crueler it gets. It's all about fighting for the initiative. Lu Xiaoyi didn't tell the complete truth. In fact, under his seemingly reasonable reasoning, he just didn't want the winged people to know that he had entered. He wanted to hide it for as long as he could. Even if he didn't care about the size of the winged people, for his investigation, it was still a huge problem. Chapter 22:17. The sky here was truly blue and clear, without even a single cloud to be seen. In this kind of place, there was really no environment to borrow and everything depended on one's strength. However, for a swordsman like him, this was not necessarily a bad thing. As long as it was open, he would be able to display his full potential. There was thin air, between a vacuum and a layer of air. It was a very mysterious place. Lu Xiaoyi scratched his head. Sister Vegetarian, where should we go? Fairy Vegetarian sighed. You would never be able to reject a person who had a sweet mouth, especially if you did not dislike him too much. Look at this blue sky, there is not a single trace of color. However, if you look carefully, there are still some small areas with traces of dark blue and light blue changes. These are the traces left behind by the clouds passing by here. The movement of the clouds here is more fixed. You only need to look at the changes in color to roughly determine the direction. I cannot say that it is very accurate, but it is generally not bad. With Vegetarian leading the way, the two flew in the same direction while explaining. The last time the fragrant cloth sect disciples came to wings spreading skies, they flew from deep to shallow. It is very likely that they would encounter a dust nebula. That place is rich in blue sparkling cloud gauze and is also the main trade target of human cultivators. Enforcers want your target. Just like how the winged people would be discriminated against and malice when they enter the main world, it is the same when humans come to wings spreading skies. Your every action will often become the basis for their judgment. There is no standard here, it is more purely based on their mood. Therefore, we cannot fly however we want, like in the void of the universe. For example, on this route, it is relatively safer. Because this means that we are very likely to be merchants who are here to do business. In addition, our speed cannot be too fast. Our aura cannot be too strong, etc. I know that enforcers do not care about fighting, but the problem is that we are not here to fight. We have to be clear about our priorities, right? You call me sister and I will do my best to help you. Of course, it is up to you whether you want to listen or not. There are some words that I will only say once. Lu Xiaoyi was very straightforward. Listen. Of course I want to listen. Actually, I also do not like to fight. Speaking of which, how long have we been in wings spreading skies? Why haven't I seen a single winged person? Su Ren smiled. Fortunately, this madman seemed to be obedient. If he was still as crazy as he was when he came in, she would not hesitate to abandon him. She only came here to find answers, not to court death. Winged people are social creatures, even more so than humans. There were still some humans who liked to live alone, but there were almost none of them in the winged race. They placed a lot of emphasis on the concept of family. Every member of the family would never leave the family. Thus, if you saw a winged person fighting to the death with you in battle, you must have killed their family. Enforcer, I'm not against you killing the winged ones, but in this place, either you kill them all or you don't. There was no such thing as killing one of them would stun them and make the rest obedient. Since they are social creatures, they would naturally live together in a place close to the nebula. Furthermore, the space in wings spreading skies is relatively large, equivalent to the space of 10 universes in the main world. It's not surprising that you haven't seen any winged ones for the time being. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Big sister Su Ren, I see that you are very familiar with wings spreading skies, so it's definitely not your first time here? Su Ren glanced at him. She knew what he meant by this question. You are a high-level half-immortal, you don't have much need for external things, so why did you come here? Although the danger of a half-immortal here was not very high, the winged ones also had half-immortals. Once they met, it would be hard to say. Why would they come here to stroll around and look at the scenery? It's for personal matters. Enforcer, you don't have to worry, it has nothing to do with Zerg. Lu Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly and explained, Big sister Su Ren, please forgive me. I am a straightforward person, I don't have any other intentions. If you really suspect Big Sister, then just go on your own way. I just feel that if a godlike person like Big Sister came here, wouldn't it be especially dangerous? Su Ren understood what he meant very well. Relatively speaking, I have encountered more similar troubles in the human world. Don't think that the winged ones are all covered in hair, looking like both humans and beasts. The higher their realm, the more handsome they are. My appearance is nothing in wings spreading skies. Wait until you really see the absolute beauty of the winged ones, then you will understand what I mean. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with fantasy. There was such a thing. Why didn't he see it? Su Ren explained, among the winged ones, there is a clear distinction between male and female. They are more in line with the survival philosophy of the ancient people, so you will rarely see female winged ones in battle. It is not because their realm is not strong enough, but because the pride of protecting the race falls on the male winged ones, so you have to be careful. Killing a female winged one is a very risky thing to do, and it will easily cause public anger. The two of them flew at a leisurely pace. Along the way, other than the blue sky, there was nothing else to see, but slowly, winged ones finally appeared in their field of vision. At first, it was a fleeting sight, but later on, there were people following them who did not know their true intentions. Because he could not fully utilize his advantage in speed, Lu Xiaoyi was a little troubled as he could not control the development of the situation. He could tolerate it for a while, but he could not tolerate it forever. No matter the race, there would always be people with bad tempers and unreasonable. Could it be that he would just be a coward forever? Defy took out the Mingdi. Big Sister Su Ren, I have 2 ways to fly to that dust nebula without causing any trouble. Which one do you think is more suitable? One is this Mingdi, which was given to me by a winged one at the Immortal Palace Bazaar. If I take it out, will it have the effect of a pass? The other is to simply release the aura of a demigod. I think that no matter how brave these winged ones are, they won't really come looking for death, right? Su Ren took the Mingdi and looked at it. There was no problem with it, and she could not help but admire Lu Xiaoyi's communication skills. This was something that the winged ones would not easily give to others. She had interacted with the winged ones on Planet Bazaar for nearly 10,000 years, and she had never seen anyone give her one. Yet, this person had one on his first visit here. It made her suspect that there was a trick in this. Lu Xiaoyi looked at her expression and understood what she meant. Then, let's just release our aura and fly directly. I just feel that instead of hiding like this, we can't just keep doing this, right? If we meet someone who is provoking us, we will be exposed sooner or later. Why don't we just go straight to Defy? We are here to investigate Zerg's traces, not to be spies. There's no need to be sneaky. Why don't we just reveal our identities and do things more straightforwardly? Chapter 22:18. When Lu Xiaoyi and the woman released their breaths and flew, the spies disappeared. They weren't afraid, but they couldn't keep up. The celestial fairy's way of doing things was full of her faction's characteristics of being kind to others and keeping the peace. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi agreed to follow her way of doing things at the beginning was just to see if she was flying so slowly because she was waiting for something. Could it be a trap? But after more than 10 days, he found that there was no trap. This was the character of Sister Su Ren. She was really plain. Since he already understood, he didn't want to waste his time with this woman. It was more important to finish the business as soon as possible. He wanted to attract the revenge of the old half-immortal cultivators. He also wanted to know the position of Da Peng in this matter. All of these didn't allow him to be too low-key. He needed to raise his flag and do things openly. At the very least, he was doing things for the heaven's eyes and for the entire human race. He couldn't be sneaky like a thief. Once they sped up, the troubles would naturally be far away. The ones that appeared nearby were all Air Force wings. Flying wings and a small number of heaven's wings posed a very limited threat to half-immortals like them. The realm of the winged men was different from that of humans. They had a bird body and cultivation, so it was very difficult for them to be on the same level as humans. Therefore, they had their own system. The winged men had the ability to fight from birth. Although it was very limited, the winged men before they were 300 years old called themselves Air Force wings. At this stage, they still mainly had the body of a bird and didn't develop the ability to use spells. They were still in their infancy, equivalent to the Jindan stage of humans. They couldn't leave the void. After 300 years old, the winged men had the ability to use spells. They began to make great progress in this aspect. Their fighting style became both physical and magical. At this stage, they called themselves flying wings. The flying wings were divided into different sizes. In fact, the small flying wings were the form of the early nascent soul stage, while the big flying wings were the mature form of the late nascent soul stage. They were the backbone of the winged men. When the winged men reach 1,000 years of age, a portion of them who have the most potential and the best perception will reach a higher level in their Dharma spells, becoming existences equivalent to our human perfected lords. At this level, whether it is body arts, divine abilities, Dharma spells, or secret arts, they will all reach the perfect realm in their lifetime. They are very terrifying existences. Ordinary human cultivators who are not good at fighting will not be a match for them. At this level, they were called sky wings. The heavenly wings were also divided into different sizes. The small heavenly wings were similar to the yin spirit realm of the human primordial spirit realm. The great heavenly wings referred to the winged people in the yang spirit realm. Apart from the fact that they did not have the ability to be reborn, their combat power was even slightly superior to that of the human yang spirit realm. What are the half-immortal winged men called? Lu Xiaoyi asked curiously. Su Ren smiled. Wui. Hidden wings. Anything was fine. When the winged men become half-immortals, their wings will degenerate, and their entire body's characteristics will become exactly the same as humans. However, the winged men's innate divine ability still exists. I heard that they are very difficult to deal with. Every one of them has battle prowess equivalent to a human at the peak of half-immortals. However, because they are very few in number, they rarely show themselves in front of others. Lu Xiaoyi asked again, they don't have to stay in the inner and outer scenic skies? Su Ren nodded. That's right. Actually, in the myriad of worlds in the universe, there are many races that receive similar special treatment. However, due to special reasons and their small numbers, they don't attract the special attention of the heavenly axiom like humans. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly had a thought. Then, what should we do to make the winged men think that the two of us are the so-called hidden wings? Su Ren thought for a while, then said seriously, normal humans wouldn't do that. They wouldn't even think of it that way. Aura, smell, voice, habits, divine abilities, that kind of blood connection in the bones. It's just like how the winged men hide in a human group. You can tell at a glance. Of course, there's also the appearance. Forgive me for being blunt, but with your skin, Enforcer, don't talk about hidden wings, even Air Force wings would be difficult for you. These words dealt a heavy blow to Lu Xiaoyi. Su Ren was quite satisfied, so he didn't hesitate to explain more. If we must talk about the differences, let's not talk about the internal differences. Just from the appearance, their hair is thicker and shinier than that of normal humans. The rain can't get wet, and the cold can't invade because their hair is hollow. It's precisely because their hair is hollow that it has a special effect in isolating the opponent's divine sense from locking onto them. For example, Enforcer's flying sword can easily cover the sky wings. However, if you're dealing with hidden wings, there's a possibility that you'll miss the target. Lu Xiaoyi was enlightened. Every race had their own abilities. The universe was vast and full of wonders. There were still many things to learn. A month later, they discovered the first dust nebula. The dust nebula was like the stars in the void of the main world in the winged skies. It was the place where the winged men gathered. Here, they didn't need to flap their wings to float in the nebula, just like humans. This was a huge nebula. However, according to Su Ren, it was only a medium-sized nebula in the winged skies. It was similar to the stars in the void of the main world, except that it changed from a solid state to a gaseous state. With a sweep of divine sense, there were thousands of auras in the nebula. Most of them were very weak. Presumably, they were the Air Force wings and flying wings mentioned by Su Ren. There were also sky wings, but there weren't many of them. However, they didn't find any more powerful existences. This is a family. Su Ren explained, there are several families. However, humans don't understand the division between the winged men's families. It doesn't seem to be anything special. They never announce their family's name to the outside world. They call themselves the winged men. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. It's normal. Even in the human world, if he doesn't say it himself, who knows if he's an ancestor or a grandson? Things like bloodlines are too complicated. Because they were already close to the nebula, they couldn't help but slow down. They were completely exposed to the constantly patrolling winged men outside the nebula. The reason why they didn't get close was because the auras of these two humans were too powerful. They didn't dare to act rashly. However, more than 10 great sky wings rushed out of the nebula very quickly, and the number was still increasing. Clearly, they had already sensed that these two humans weren't just here to trade for the blue sparkling cloud gauze. Lu Xiaoyi and Su Ren looked at each other. Su Ren sighed and knowingly retreated behind him, leaving the initiative to the other party. From now on, whether they fought or negotiated was no longer up to her. More than 10 great sky wings surrounded them, forming a natural encirclement. This was a habit they had developed from hunting humans for a long time. Among them, A great sky wing with a head full of white hair stepped out. "What business do the two of you have here?" Lu Xiaoyi put on a straight face. "Under the orders of Heaven's Eye, we're here to investigate the winged sky's nebula and search for Zerg. Call out all your people, or else I'm afraid something will happen." Chapter 22:19. The white-furred winged man flapped his wings spreading sky. When did humans become the masters here? Lu Xiaoyi did not hold back. Beneath the three realms, all earth cultivators. Within the five elements, there is no escape from karma. Zerg wreaks havoc and does not respect living beings. How can wings spreading sky be spared? Humans are not the masters here, but all living beings in the universe. Humans, demon beasts, spirit treasures, why are you winged man so special? The winged man was still unyielding. The winged man can solve wings spreading sky's problem. Lu Xiaoyi shouted, arrogant. You think you can solve it just because you say so? The origin world's myriad realms and various spaces, as long as there are living beings, we will search everywhere. This is not to challenge the dignity of a race, but to ensure that nothing goes wrong. You already said that there is no such thing in your own space, so why are you still searching? What are you trying to hide in this area? Or is it because of your pitiful self-esteem? If you want to integrate into the origin world, you have to follow its rules. You can't aspire to be a small kingdom here. The winged man shouted angrily, wings spreading sky cannot have Zerg's nests. They might have come into contact with one, but it is impossible for them to provide the soil for the red. Lu Xiaoyi disdainfully said, you can make the decision. If Zerg had taken root in wings spreading sky, would the million winged men dare to vouch for Zerg? The winged man's feathers fluttered even though there was no wind. He was furious, but he did not dare to reply. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at him, then at the other winged men. Every star in the universe, every space, will be forced to undergo inspection. If you are unwilling, I will kill you all, but the inspection will still be carried out. Find hidden wings, and no matter what the result is, wings spreading sky cannot escape inspection. The tens of thousands of half-immortals in the origin world have been waiting for this opportunity, and you want to show me your strength of character? The human domain did not refuse, the spirit treasure space cooperated, and the phoenix and rocks opened their nests. You winged men think you are a special case in the universe. Listen up, if you want to learn about human civilization, you have to learn it thoroughly. Strength of character is only a part of it. More important than strength of character is self-knowledge. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't come out, I'll treat you as Zerg's accomplice. He wants to spread the universe and destroy the foundation of the new era. The people beside him shook their heads. This was a blatant accusation, using the survival of their race to threaten the winged race. For hundreds of thousands of years, the winged race had never lowered their heads in the face of such threat. This swordsman must be crazy to use such a simple and old-fashioned method to solve the problem. It was simply aggravating the conflict. She wanted to warn him, but due to what she had said before, it was not convenient for her to interrupt, so she could only prepare in secret. Although the realms of these winged ones were not high, their large numbers were still very troublesome, especially when there were 100 or so skywings among them. They were not ants that could be easily squashed. However, her worries were unnecessary. She, who had always boasted that she had a deep understanding of the winged ones, was surprised to find that after the dozen or so great wings discussed among themselves, they no longer answered, their eyes filled with humiliation and hatred. Nevertheless, a large number of winged ones began to fly out of the dust nebula one after another. This was definitely not for battle, because this included the majority of the flight wings and Air Force wings. Obviously, their decision was to comply. What's going on? Did the winged ones have a change of character? The winged ones were very organized and obedient. In just a short moment, thousands of them had already filed out, and not a single one was left in the nebula. Lu Xiaoyi did not say much. He opened his mind ball, and a flash of sword light shot out. In an instant, millions of sword lights covered the sky, almost covering half the sky. The sword tide was surging and boundless, plowing straight into the nebula. Every sword light maintained the exact same distance from each other, vibrating and resonating with each other, forming a sword wave force field that had no blind spots, not even letting go of the tiniest dust particles. It was like a torrential downpour, washing the entire nebula space. In just a few dozen breaths, the entire dust nebula had been plowed through, and not a speck of dust escaped inspection. Truth be told, such an inspection was a little excessive. Even in the origin world, there was no inspection like this. Others would do a rough inspection, but this was a full-body inspection, not even sparing a single pore. It was a bit of a fuss, but this was the first time. What was important was not the method, but the attitude it represented. Absolutely intolerable. Very good. There is no sign of Zerg ovulating here. You are right. At least this nebula is clean and has nothing to do with Zerg. I apologize for what I said earlier. Lu Xiaoyi apologized as if he was drinking water, or giving a slap to the other party's face after giving them a slap. Anyway, he had taken advantage of them, so saying a few words would make him look more open-minded. Looking at the indignant winged ones, he released his divine sense and raised his voice. The change of the era, the shattering of space, and the integration of winged ones and the origin world is highly probable. You know it very well, and so do the origin world's self-cultivators. Since you have been looking forward to this day, at least in your mind, you should not be singled out. You should treat yourself as a member of the universe's self-cultivators, and not as an outsider. If you treat yourself as an outsider, of course, we will treat you as an outsider too. Everyone should follow the principle, and that is the principle of integration. It is also the reason why the origin world only sent me here, and not an army of cultivators. The reason why Zerg is in this state is because they always want to challenge the rules and trample on the bottom line. The origin world's self-cultivators can accept hundreds of rivers into the sea, but they can also choose not to drink. The choice is not up to us, but to you. He slowly flew out and said casually, "Go and inform the higher-ups of the winged ones of my intentions. I will be honest. I have a bad temper. This kind of routine inspection will make me angry sooner or later, and I won't be so easy to talk to. If I meet someone who doesn't have eyes and wants to play with my integrity, I will first annihilate his entire family. His death will be in vain." Sky Eyes Lu Xiaoyi, official position of enforcer. I have the power to kill the universe's detritus. If you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The ordinary people followed behind the swordsman. They were trembling in fear and on tenterhooks. The elemental energy in their bodies surged as they prepared to deal with the winged one's crazy attacks at any time. This guy had just put a label on someone, and now he was bragging about how he had the power to kill the universe's detritus. This bragging was a little too big, and he really dared to say it. However, it was probably true that he did not have the power to kill the deities. The Sky Eyes mission was carried out by the deities who assigned the mission. With the millions of years of Sky Eyes' destiny, it was accumulated bit by bit to maintain the harmony of the universe. Even if they annihilated the winged ones, it was really nothing. However, that was an organization, and not a madman who had lived for thousands of years and talked to himself. She guessed wrong again. The winged ones did not make any movements from the beginning to the end. They only watched the two of them leave from afar, and did not even send anyone to follow them. Then, what did I overlook? The ordinary people asked themselves. Chapter 2220. Sister Su Ren, if we go down from here, how long will it take to reach the nebula where the insect tracks were found? Lu Xiaoyi had returned to normal. He had changed from calling people lousy to sister. About 10 more nebulas. Maybe 7 or 8. Su Ren was a little distracted. Noticing her abnormality, Lu Xiaoyi understood that this was because she had been stuck in the exterior realm for too long and did not pay enough attention to the changes in the outside world. This was also the reason why the Eight Winds Motionless sect was so worried about the orthodoxy in the Frontier Star. A cultivator like her was not suitable to go out and make waves. She should just stay in the sect and observe the changes. There were many cultivators like her in the cultivation world. They only cultivated according to their own pace and were extremely slow to the changes in the outside world. Even if the 36 innate great Taos collapsed, they would not have any improper thoughts. This could be a rare kind of determination, but it could also be the extreme of not wanting to improve. It varied from person to person. Following one's heart was also a kind of attitude. He still had to explain. After all, taking the risk to travel with him was in itself a kind of courage. Mentality. It's a very subtle thing, not only for humans, but also for all cultivation creatures. When creatures are in despair, they often become the most tenacious fighters. No hardship can crush them, no blow can knock them down, and any setback will only make them braver and stronger, no matter what kind of race they are originally. To destroy them, you can't use force. The best way is to give them hope. Just like the change of the era and the fusion of the wing-spreading sky and the main world, who spread this *T news? No one knows. The change of the era does not mean that all the space barriers in the universe will be broken. It's just a part of it. But there must be someone secretly spreading the news. When everyone says that the wing-spreading sky and the main world will merge in the new era, even if it's fake, it will become true. There is only one purpose, and that is to give the winged people hope. Lu Xiaoyi smiled enigmatically. When there's hope, there's also fear. With a way out, of course, they will not risk their lives. In any case, it was only a few thousand years, perhaps even shorter. To the winged race, who had a relatively long lifespan, it was nothing much. Why would they fight to the death for something that could be obtained just by waiting quietly? Once this chi was released, the winged men were no longer the winged men of the past. In the two universe wars of the Fifth Ring, the winged race's performance had deteriorated over and over again. It wasn't that their strength had decreased, but rather that they lacked the determination to face death. That's why I'm scolding them now, not because I'm brave, but because I know how to pick the right time. If I were here a few thousand years ago, I would definitely be smiling more beautifully than flowers, and my words sweeter than honey. Su Ren looked pensive. Who's the one behind all this? This person was truly far-sighted and had a long-term plan. But it could also be because everyone was spreading false information and did not know much about the specific changes in the new era. However, I have long heard that the negative space will merge with the main world. The Heaven's Choice continent would eventually collapse, eventually shattering into countless stars of various sizes, scattering in the boundless void of the origin world. Who was the one who spread these words? Was it true, or was there an ulterior motive? In the end, the wings spreading heavens was the same as the negative space, and everyone took the merging as a natural change. Lu Xiaoyi felt his face burning. He felt somewhat ashamed. Because the rumor that the negative space would merge with the main world was made up by him to deceive the ancient beast. In the end, not only did the negative space cause a huge change in the Heaven's Choice continent, it even affected the wings spreading heavens. Su Ren had overestimated him. To be honest, it was just a joke to deceive people. He really did not expect that it would cause the wings spreading heavens. He could only change the topic. For a race like the winged men, they might not be naturally warlike, but they were forced to be warlike by the environment. Once they are relieved, there will be no limit to compromise. In terms of the art of negotiation, treating them gently will have the opposite effect. Instead, it will make them arrogant, thinking that everything they have is what they have fought for over hundreds of thousands of years. The origin world's humans have no choice but to acknowledge their status. Once their arrogance is born, there will be countless incidents in the future, and the unlucky ones will be us humans. We must let them know that humans have the intention to exterminate the winged men. At the very least, they must have the desire to continue fighting. Only by showing the attitude of constantly finding fault with them and taking the opportunity to exterminate them will they become honest for the sake of their own race's safety, and truly accept the restrictions of the human world's rule. After a few more generations, this kind of natural restriction will become their instinct, and the winged men will truly integrate into the main world, becoming a member of the universe's cultivation family. So when I say that they are asking for a beating, it is not because I am bloodthirsty and cold-blooded. What you all are thinking about is this mission, but what I am thinking about is the future of the entire universe. Lu Xiaoyi's eloquent bragging made Su Ren, a fourth blight cultivator, unable to make sense of it. She had to admit that what he said was very reasonable, but she kept feeling that something was wrong. She felt that she could not keep up with the rhythm. Everyone said that Inspector Lu's flying sword was unparalleled, but looking at it now, what was truly unparalleled was his tongue. You said to let them find the half-immortal hidden wings. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I am not trying to scare them, this is the truth. The space of wings spreading sky is too huge, far beyond my imagination, and there is no way to find them through the nebulas. Just like in the main world, which one of the half-immortals investigate the various airspace? The only effective method is to mobilize the cultivation masses. We only do the key investigations. As an official, the key is not how capable you are, but how you make your subordinates do their best. Lu Xiaoyi laughed coldly. Those hidden wings, since they are used to tyrannical abuse here, of course there will be times when they have to bear the responsibility. Whether Zerg takes root in wings spreading sky is the winged men's own business. Why should I help them run errands? Sister, we are here to wield whips, not to do manual labor. Su Ren sighed. But those hidden wings, if you continue to pressure them like last time, I'm afraid there won't be a good ending. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Of course. They will not give in easily. This is the pride of a half-immortal. So I'm afraid there will be a battle coming up. I have never protected others in battle, because this is irresponsible to both of us. So, you should consider whether to leave temporarily. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you. Su Ren did not hesitate. I will not leave. Because I want to know the entire matter from start to finish. I want to give an explanation to the news reported by Lavender Sect. Only by giving a clear explanation will Lavender Sect not become a sacrificial lamb in the circle. Chapter 22-21. In the next few months, the two investigated 2 more nebulas, but they still found nothing. However, the atmosphere became more tense. There were always black sheep, and Chinibya youths. The nebula had almost been slaughtered. Not only Su Ren, but also Lu Xiaoyi broke out in cold sweat. Walking on a tightrope here, one careless mistake could lead to a split, and no one would end up well. The two had no choice but to slow down. It was a little awkward to say that 2 half-immortals slowed down in front of a group of winged person cultivators. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not feel embarrassed at all. It was as if he did not have any nerves in this aspect, and was even immensely pleased with himself. Sister Su, look, it's like gambling. Even if you catch a bad hand, you have to pretend that it's a straight hand. This is life, this is cultivation. Always guessing the opponent's size, and betting on your own size. Whoever reveals their bottom line first will be unlucky. Whoever can't hold it in first will lose. I dare to bet with you that our every move will be watched by the hidden wings. They are waiting for the best time to flip the cards. Su Ren was very confused. Shouldn't they be the first to find us to avoid an irreversible tragedy? The hidden wings would not be watching directly, or else a half-immortal would be able to sense it immediately. However, among the winged person's magical powers, there was a magical power called Global Eagle. It allowed the lower-level winged person to see the higher-level winged person through a special connection. It was equivalent to the higher-level winged person spying on them, but what you could sense were the heavenly wings that were everywhere and occasionally appearing. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes flashed fiercely. No. They will not appear immediately. The time they are waiting for is after we impulsively slaughter the winged person, or during the process. They will use this to gain the moral high ground. Su Ren did not believe it. That's impossible. We are all their clansmen. Not only will they not save us, but they will also deliberately allow us to slaughter them, just to gain a bargaining chip. Lu Xiaoyi snorted. Why is it impossible? Since ancient times, have you ever seen a high-level existence that really cares about ants at the bottom of the hierarchy? If they really care, they will not become a ruler. This is a cruel class that needs to be devoid of humanity, unless cultivation disappears and becomes another form of civilization. In the eyes of these top-notch hidden wings, the winged ones below them were merely numbers. You don't have to blame the winged men, humans are even worse than them. Therefore, they would understand it this way. If they could rely on sacrificing the lives of some insignificant clansmen in exchange for an advantageous position in the negotiations, and then obtain greater benefits for the winged race, wouldn't such a sacrifice be very meaningful? You see, how great. That's why they won't appear unless we kill them. Su Ren looked at him and felt a chill in her heart. If all of this was true, and the winged race was really so cruel and heartless that they abandoned their own people, then what about this person who could see through their intentions with a single glance? How good could it be? As if he had guessed the woman's thoughts, Lu Xiaoyi was flattering himself. I'm different. I'm the son of the lowest class. So what if you're the grandson of the lowest rung of society? Before you become successful, everyone is the descendant of the lowest class. It's just that when the world is truly developed, cultivators will always find something in the past that can prove that they are different from the rest. Auspicious signs will descend from the heavens, and golden springs will surge from the earth. In my previous life, I was also rich, and used this to prove that I was born noble. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. What did he realize? But it was still a little vague. Although it was just a casual sentence from Su Ren, he heard some kind of wisdom from it. Senior sister's reincarnation was very subversive, but there seemed to be something missing from it. There was some inexplicable profound truth, but now, through Su Ren's words, he somewhat understood. He still needed to think carefully, but he couldn't care less now. Sister Su, you don't understand. In the cultivation world, this kind of situation is destined to be unchangeable, but without cultivation, everyone would be ordinary people. Forget it, why am I telling you this? Su Ren didn't probe further. She was very confused about the current situation. It's obvious that we can't outlast them. They have all the time and can keep waiting, but we can't. It's just a few nebulas, and we almost killed them. In the future, this kind of situation will become more and more frequent. If someone instigates us behind the scenes. Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, Sister Su, I found that in every nebula, there's an existence similar to a shrine. Not only do they worship the heroes of the Winged Men clan, but there's also a list of outstanding achievements of the predecessors who killed humans. I want to ask if there's a nebula in the nearby space that's more outstanding in this aspect. Su Ren immediately understood what he meant. You want to? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Since we can't avoid it, we might as well take the initiative and choose a nebula ourselves. I saw that the previous nebulas were very different in this aspect. Some of them didn't seem to have participated in many battles, and some of them had extraordinary achievements. If we must kill, we should at least kill someone who's worth it, right? Su Ren silently turned around. It seemed that she was indeed very familiar with the Winged Men clan. She should have been here more than once. Lu Xiaoyi originally thought that she was just a burden, but he didn't expect that after entering the Winged Men clan, he would have to rely on her a lot. He felt ashamed, so he naturally called her sweeter. Before the real battle began, it was better to send this Sister Su Ren away. With her personality and experience, she would be at a disadvantage if they really fought. Originally, humans were slightly weaker than the winged men in the same realm, let alone a self-disciplined cultivator like her. Not only in terms of hard power, but also in terms of soft power. In terms of experience, viciousness, shamelessness, and unscrupulous means to achieve goals, she would be at a disadvantage if she was too far behind. Thinking of this, in less than 10 days, he saw a fiery red nebula in the distance. It was much smaller than the ones he saw before. Along the way, the Su Ren who led the way purposely took a detour. Lu Xiaoyi understood that she didn't want to provoke those irrelevant nebulas and was afraid that he would kill them. She had good intentions, so he deliberately pretended not to know. Su Ren pointed at the nebula and said in a cold voice. It was obvious that she was suppressing her anger. Inspector, don't think that this nebula is small and there aren't many winged men in it. Every winged man here is a tyrannical person whose hands are stained with the blood of humans. In the winged sky, some winged clan members had their families destroyed, some had their entire clan wiped out in the war with the humans, and some were simply warmongers, full of hostility towards the humans. They had gathered here for various reasons, but they all had the same belief, to counterattack the origin world and slaughter without end. Every time there was a war between humans and winged men, The winged men in this fiery red nebula would always be at the front line. They abandoned their families and tribes, and have completely become war machines. There are a few more such fiery red nebulas in the winged men clan, and this one is just the nearest one. In my opinion, if you must take action, they are the best target. Chapter 22-22. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied, very satisfied. Fairy Su Ren was very sensible. She had arranged for those warmongers who were unable to walk out from the shadows of war. Perhaps they were also the backbone of the winged men. These people were the most dangerous existences. They would spoil everything when they faced each other. If they hurt others, they would also hurt themselves. To humans, they were the best targets for annihilation. Sister Su, I'll go alone. Can you help me intercept those who slipped through the net from afar? Since these winged men are true warmongers, their combat experience should not be lacking. I can't guarantee that I can catch all of them in one go. Su Ren knew what he really meant. He did not want her to be involved in this. This was very awkward. They had come together, but they could not advance and retreat together. However, she had to admit that this suggestion took into account their reputation. It was indeed the best way to wipe out the enemy. For people like these, if they wanted to kill, they had to kill them all. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. If the hidden wings came alone after I made my move, they might not gang up on me in order to save face. If there were two of us, they would have a reason to gang up on me, Su Ren snorted. Although she could understand the swordsman's feelings of not wanting her to be in danger, being looked down upon like this still made her feel uncomfortable. It was still an irrefutable reason. It reflected the swordsman's meticulous style, which was completely different from his external appearance. No matter how crazy or rude he was, when it came to taking care of her, the swordsman had shown full of gentleness. He treated his friends with gentleness and dared to pierce through the sky when facing enemies. This was the impression that Shen Yuan had left on the world. Especially since Li Wuya, this style became more and more obvious. Swordsman was the most hated orthodoxy in the universe's cultivation world. However, they were also the friends that cultivators were most willing to make in private. If you had a real swordsman as a friend, it meant that you had a real shoulder to lean on. Humans were just that complicated and contradictory. She didn't want to be a pure spectator. Moreover, with her understanding of the winged men, she couldn't completely stay out of this. Once the fight had turned red, no matter how rational a person was, they would be swayed by their emotions. Unless they withdrew from wings spanning heavens, they wouldn't be truly safe. Lu Xiaoyi slowly approached this small red nebula. With the help of his powerful divine sense, the situation inside the nebula became clear at a glance. The red color was due to the special mineral dust in it. In addition, the winged ones here had intentionally or unintentionally embellished it, as if to show that they were different from the rest. It seemed even more ferocious and aggressive. The number of auras within the nebula was relatively small. Unlike the nebulas he had encountered before, which had at least thousands or even tens of thousands of winged ones, there were only about 1,000 winged ones here. However, even though the number was small, the quality was very different. There were basically no Air Force wings here. 60 to 70% of them were flight wings, while 30 to 40% were sky wings. Just in terms of strength alone, they were far more powerful than the few large nebulas he had encountered before. However, to him, this didn't mean much. The current him could easily kill even the most powerful demi-immortal peak. He had mastered close to 20 Tao states, which allowed his flying sword to be the most effective against almost any orthodoxy. After the ability of Tao state exceeded a certain limit, it would slowly display its power and become more and more obvious. This was the deeper reason why one's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds by cultivating Tao state instead of swordsmanship. On this point, his path was completely different from Li Wuya's. Before he could get close, dozens of winged ones had already flown out. Their expressions were different, but there was one thing in common. Their eyes revealed the ferocity of discovering prey. If it wasn't for the difference in their realms, they probably wouldn't even bother to talk to him and would just tear him apart. They were ruthless, but Lu Xiaoyi was even more ruthless than them. He directly said ruthlessly, "The heaven's eye of the main world is here to search for the remnants of Zerg. Leave the nebula within 15 minutes. Don't leave behind any personal belongings. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that everything will be the same after the search." How could they listen to such a rude provocation? One of the winged ones roared, and dozens of them instantly formed a battle formation and circled down. At the same time, a large number of winged ones in the Red Nebula began to move. The winged ones were rude and unreasonable, but they weren't stupid. They knew that the only way to kill a human demi-immortal was through numbers and sacrifice. They weren't afraid of death. Seeing that the winged ones didn't even have the most basic manners and were even more direct than him, Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied. This was how it should be. What was there to talk about? Communication without a common language was a waste of time. It was best to use his fists directly. As soon as he opened his head, the sword river surged out. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 winged ones had already fallen under his sword. There was a convenient thing about killing a race like the winged ones. It was that he didn't have to search for their past or future. He only had to deal with their stronger present. How could his opponents in the present world be stronger than him? What really troubled him was actually the superb concealment techniques of the orthodox Taoists and Buddhists. The winged ones were his favorite opponents. He didn't move because the situation wasn't suitable. The sword river swept past, taking away the lives of the winged ones. Blood mixed with bird feathers in the sky, making for an exceptionally cold scene. This immediately made the winged ones go crazy. They couldn't bear to see blood. Whether it was their own blood or the blood of their enemies, it would only make them even crazier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of being called the berserkers of the winged ones. Wave after wave of winged ones surrounded the motionless, infuriating human, and began to launch a deadly assault. They were indeed the battle maniacs of the winged ones. There were nearly 1,000 winged ones in the nebula, and none of them retreated. Even the Yuanying winged ones were using their lives to open up a path of death in the Sword River. This strategy wasn't completely useless. Although there were still winged ones falling under the sword from time to time, it was no longer like when 7 or 8 winged ones were killed at the same time at the beginning of the battle. A 3-dimensional sphere with no blind spots attacked from all directions, splitting the power of the Sword River. This made it difficult for the swordsmen to gather their swords to kill while protecting their inner circle. This was the correct use of numbers. The winged people were very proficient in this, but there was a prerequisite. Everyone had to be unafraid of death. Once there were those who did not put in effort, those who did not put in effort, those who would rather die than themselves, such a method would be a joke. But the berserkers of the winged ones weren't afraid of death. That was what they said, and that was what they did. This was a strange scene. To put it simply, it was like a big ball encircling a small ball. The small ball was formed by millions of surging sword lights. They surged tirelessly according to a special pattern, like a layer of flowing water, blocking any attack from any angle or direction. The big ball was made up of nearly 1,000 winged ones. It was a little messy, but as they rose and fell, they were all attacking the small ball with no regard for their own safety. They were like seagulls, circling, looking for opportunities, diving, and then bouncing back, covered in wounds. Chapter 22-23. Within the wings-spreading heavens, there were 5 silhouettes faintly flashing past. They were still a little far from the battlefield and still needed a few dozen breaths of time. However, everyone had a bad premonition in their heart. These idiots, do they think they can achieve their goal by surrounding the most outstanding swordsman of the origin world? That's just baiting them. This swordsman wants to slaughter the cloud, a voice said hatefully. He was called the Armored Man, one of the 5 strongest winged men demigods. At the level of the hidden wings, they already existed completely in human form. On the surface, there was no difference. They also had their own Daoist names just like humans. However, the winged ones liked to use humans as the root symbol for their Daoist names. For example, he was called Armored Man, while his companions were called Bramble Man, Ordinary Man, Superior Man, Perhaps it was a resentment towards becoming a real human, which gave them such a weird way of naming their daoist names. It was not strange. The superior man was very calm. It's not too late. There are hundreds of heavenly wings there, and even dozens of great heavenly wings. It's not something that can be dealt with in a few dozen breaths of time. The bramble man snorted. I told you to look for him directly. You just had to toy with him, using the glorified name of creating karma for him. H. To the swordsman, when have they ever been soft-hearted because they were afraid of killing? These people are the most loyal warriors of the winged men. It's a pity that they died in the hands of the sword lunatic. The information of the ordinary man was not accurate. In fact, in the wings spread sky, there were not many elite red nebulas like this. There were only a few of them, and they were considered the special elites of the winged men. They were the backbone of the winged men's forces, and they were not people that could be casually abandoned. The armored man defended himself. Who knew that this person would be able to find this place when he first came to the wings spread sky? This was not on the route they had planned to take. There must be someone guiding him. Fifth sister, this can't be the work of your human friend. If the losses are really heavy, you have to give us an explanation. A gentle female voice rang out from the five. Even though she was wearing a veil, her voice had a strange charm that made people's imagination run wild. Third senior brother is really keeping up with the times. He hasn't even integrated into the origin world, but his habits are already no different from that of a human. He's very skilled in shifting the blame and framing others. Master Ren shouted, "The enemy is right in front of us. How can we throw ourselves into confusion and blame each other?" Waiting for the swordsman to make the first move was everyone's decision, and it shouldn't be anyone's responsibility. Fifth younger sister's friend was her friend, and she was her. How could they be lumped together? If they had the time to bicker, they might as well think about how they should deal with the swordsman if they really met him. This person's battle prowess is unparalleled. He is invincible among the half-immortals of the origin world. He is very famous. Don't treat him as an ordinary human half-immortal. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer losses. He was the eldest senior brother, and he was a fair person. What he was best at was being impartial, and giving both sides 50 strikes. Since he had spoken, everyone stopped arguing and hoped that they would be able to make it in time. Would he make it in time? Definitely not. When Lu Xiaoyi finished digging the hole, very few people could jump out in one piece. That was because he was very good at digging holes and burying people. Since he had already dug a hole, how could he allow them to climb out? Sensing that all the winged ones in the red nebula had gathered around him, he began to bury them. The Sword River, which was originally based purely on elemental energy, began to show its unpredictable side. The 5 elements were the first to change. The Sword River was no longer in a defensive formation. Instead, it was shot out. While he was twitching, he was hidden in the millions of sword lights. No one knew which sword light was his real body. Since the impermanence changes took place, the will of slaughter suddenly descended. Wrapped in the Sword River, the Tao vanishing heavenly phenomenon was like a spring breeze blowing through the grassland. Countless dandelion seeds rose up in large swathes. It was a magnificent sight. The great void dispersal force, and the yin and yang transformations. The Sword River seemed to have become a devouring black hole. Those who had escaped the previous wave of killing could not escape the next wave of devouring. Space began to fold, and the remaining great wings who wanted to temporarily escape had nowhere to run. Then, inexplicably, countless bolts of lightning struck down, combining with the sword lights to reap lives. By the time the few strongest great divine wings looked around, the once incomparably powerful Berserker Legion was no more. And now, they were directly facing the swordsman, and the outcome could be imagined. From afar, Su Ren watched this feast of slaughter. She had once said that if they were going to kill, they should kill them all. This was just a beautiful wish, and of course, it was impossible. Without mentioning anything else, just the dozens of great wings were all at the peak of the Yang Soul. They were actually on the same level as the so-called half-immortal freaks of the inner and outer scenic skies, so how could they be wiped out? If there was enough time, she believed that these winged ones would all die under the swordsman's sword, but she could already feel several auras rapidly approaching from afar. If there was not enough time, killing the small ones and leaving the big ones behind was the only choice. However, she had guessed wrong again. They were originally in a stalemate, but when all the winged ones arrived, the swordsman showed his appetite. Continuous, perfectly connected, completely different, and even a Tao realm rotation that she had never heard of, instantly broke the winged ones' defenses. They had just adjusted themselves to this Tao realm, and in the blink of an eye, they had to adapt to a completely different Tao realm. If they could keep up, they still had a chance to live, but if they could not, they would immediately die. Millions of sword lights could be used to switch between Tao realms so quickly without any flaw or leeway. She had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. How many times did he switch Tao realms? It should be 8 times. However, there were 2 that she had never heard of, which should be the swordsman's new killing moves. One could swallow people like a whole, and the other could attract lightning. As expected of the swordsman, the Tao realms that he cultivated were all used to kill people, and their power was indeed extraordinary. However, this was something that could be used in battle. To truly become an innate Tao, there were more important things that she did not think highly of, because it was somewhat against the harmony of the heavens. Close to 1,000 winged ones berserkers flew out of the nebula and surrounded the swordsman in less than 100 breaths, but the swordsman started killing people in less than 10 breaths. Originally, she thought that before Hidden Wing's arrival, it was already a huge hurdle for a sword cultivator to be able to kill half of the enemies. Now, it seemed like her understanding of the sword cultivator was constantly changing and constantly improving, but she still could not catch up to his true abilities. It was like a bottomless pit. Now, she finally understood why the swordsman dared to ignore the hidden wings, and why he dared to ignore the possible traps set by the old demigods in the inner and western scenic skies. There was nothing special about it, it was just his own abnormal strength. It was the simplest, but also the most difficult to deal with. Because no matter how intricate a scheme was, the only way to solve the problem in the end was through strength. At the same time, she also knew that she was now faced with a very important choice. With the abilities that the swordsman had displayed, the hidden wings would probably not fight him fairly. So, should she join in? Chapter 22-24. Lu Xiaoyi had long sensed the approach of the 5 auras, but he did not care. In fact, he was now in a state of review of his previous battle. This was his habit, a very good habit. The crux of his review was whether he would be able to kill faster if he used Li Wuya's Golden Origin. The Golden Origin represented the highest achievement of Li Wuya's half-immortal AoE swordsmanship. Of course, the swordsmanship after becoming an immortal was an entirely different matter. To a cultivator, the most awkward situation was that one could dominate the world with a single move. Holding on to one or more swordsmanship as a trump card was a type of thinking that did not think about improving. Always improving, always improving. When the improvement was no longer enough to keep up with one's own understanding of Tao, even the best swordsmanship would be abandoned. He did not know whether Li Wuya had abandoned the Golden Origin after becoming an immortal, but to him now, the Golden Origin was still the standard to measure his AoE swordsmanship. He had once experienced the power of the Golden Origin in the Heaven's Volition sword Tao Steely. At that time, he was only a perfected Yin master. In the end, he was instantly killed without any ability to resist. However, it was also because of this that he had a rough understanding of the mechanism of the Golden Origin. At that time, he did not understand it fully. Now that he had reached the same level as Li Wuya when he created the astronomical swordsmanship, he naturally had a completely different understanding of it. He felt that if he used the Golden Origin, he would definitely be able to kill faster. It might even be a matter of an instant. However, the problem was that he might not be able to kill all of them. Moreover, the Golden Origin's consumption of elemental energy far exceeded his current method. It was a type of stellar storm that could only be formed by overdrafting a large amount of elemental energy in an instant. His current elemental energy reserves were still somewhat limited. The problem was that he could not afford to be weak after one burst of elemental energy. What if the enemy attacked again? Relatively speaking, His Tao realm transformation method could kill more thoroughly. Moreover, the consumption of elemental energy was not great. He could maintain the pressure for a long time. However, the problem was that his explosive power was slightly insufficient. He decided to visit the Sword Tao Stele first before going to the land of the Yellow Dragon to set up the Stele. Li Wuya's cultivation level before he set up the Stele was similar to his now. If he went in now, he would have a clear understanding of the difference in strength between the two of them. Even though he was his own ancestor, and even though he was the one who stirred up Sha*T, for a swordsman like him, it was still a very attractive thing to measure the gap between himself and the greatest swordsman in history. Because he didn't want to admit defeat, because he was confident enough. Just like that, he was immersed in his own world of swordsmanship, turning a blind eye to the 5 hidden wings who had come from afar. Only when the gloomy gazes of the people above caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees did he snap out of his daze. Superior Man tried his best to suppress his anger. He told himself not to be as impulsive as these winged berserkers, not because of fear, but because of each other's identities. He represented the final stance of the winged clan, while the other party represented the origin world. In other words, it represented the heavenly eyes. At this level, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Getting angry was no longer suitable for cultivators at their level. Enforcer, did you come here to exterminate the winged clan? Lu Xiaoyi looked at him and sighed. If you talk to me like that, then I feel that there's nothing to talk about between us. The extermination of this group of winged clan, half of it is because of me, and the other half is because of you. If you agree with this point of view, then maybe we can talk about it. If you don't, then we'll just have to see who's the real deal, and bear the consequences of your relationship with the humans being frozen in the coming days. Superior Man choked. These words were very direct, tearing apart the hypocrisy of these half-immortals without mercy. Bramble Bearer interrupted from the side. Enforcer, you think too highly of yourself. The relationship between the winged clan and the humans isn't completely determined by you. You can only play a part of the role, and it's not even the most important part. If you stay here, we can still maintain a good relationship with the human origin world. It's just that we have to pay a little more. The winged clan has been struggling for hundreds of thousands of years in the winged clan's sky-spreading wings. We've paid a lot, so we don't mind paying a little more. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That's a good idea. Then there's no need to talk. Kill the first emissary and satisfy the second. This is very common in the history of human negotiations. Then let's begin. I'll be at Winged Spread Sky. As long as there's a single winged clan person here, I won't leave. With a wave of his sword river, he was ready to fight. Superior Man watched from afar with trepidation. She didn't expect that Sword Lunatic would still be so stubborn even at this point. She knew that this strategy was called testing the bottom line, which was to force out the other party's trump card and true intentions. However, this method had a very difficult to grasp weakness. If things went wrong, they would be stubborn and there would be no room for negotiation. It was dancing on the tip of a knife. It depended on who was willing to go all out. Superior Man sneered. Enforcer is the most willing to go all out in the origin world. We've long heard of it. But this is Winged Spread Sky. For a beautiful future, every winged clan person here, regardless of their strength, is willing to go all out just like Enforcer. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. You're wrong. Whether or not I'm willing to go all out depends on whether the price is worth it. I'm alone, and you have a whole clan. Why wouldn't I go all out in this gamble? That's right, I can only play a part in the origin world, but with that part of me, I can probably wipe out Winged Spread Sky 10 times over, right? Can't you be a little more straightforward? You're not fighting, and you're not talking. Are you all just dawdling for me? He was being overbearing here, but the 5 hidden wings were in a very difficult position. The simplest way was for everyone to rush forward together, and if that didn't work, they would mobilize all the great divine wings in Winged Spread Sky. Even if they had to use the lives of the winged clan people, they would be able to kill Sword Lunatic. But what about after he was killed? They had to consider this very realistic question. Who was Lu Xiaoyi? He was the main culprit behind the destruction of the Hung River realm. In the history of cultivation in the universe, it was very rare for a single person to be able to destroy a top-notch large-scale realm with his rallying power. This meant that this person had a powerful rallying power in the origin world's cultivation world. Just based on this point, he could deal a heavy blow to the Winged Clan, causing them to be unable to recover from this setback. This was very realistic. They could die, but if they dragged the entire Winged Clan down with them, they would be the sinners of the Winged Clan. The Winged Clan already had a bad reputation in the human world. If their strength was greatly reduced, when the new era began and space merged, what awaited them would definitely be a calamity of extinction. This was the difference between a person and a clan. This swordsman's eyes were very sharp, and he could see very clearly. Chapter 22-25. Looking at the swordsman, man above man's face gradually turned cold. The five of them had been thinking about it, but it seemed that there was no other way other than to compromise. However, Fifth Sister's words had enlightened him. If the winged race lost their courage, then what was the point of integrating into the origin world? In the end, they would end up like those powerful non-human races in the long river of history. They would either be annihilated in history or live in the wilderness, struggling at death's door. Just look at the immemorial beast bloodline, which was the strongest among the demonic beasts. To put it nicely, they were isolated and did not get involved in the affairs of the human world. In fact, they were pushed to a corner of the universe by the humans and had to live their own lives. This was the result of having the protection of the immortal world's ancient beast god. The winged race did not have any backing in the immortal court. If they did not act tough, then they would really be incurable. The only one who could save them was themselves. Heaven's movement was vigorous, and one should constantly strive for self-improvement. Therefore, even if their race was to be exterminated in the future, they had to fight through this battle. No matter how powerful this swordsman was, he had to pay the price for today's massacre. Only then would others look up to the winged race and respect them. They would think more before doing things, and not bully them again and again. When you endured the first time, you would persuade yourself to endure the second time. In the end, it would become a habit, and you would become a member of the turtle race. However, there were also techniques to fighting. The best way to fight was to not completely throw oneself into a gamble. Man above man took a deep breath and said word by word, "Enforcement judge, I'm afraid we have to fight. If not, we can't enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Either you kill to your heart's content, or we have to take revenge. We will not compete fairly with you. If we are fair, it will be the greatest injustice to the winged race. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your strength. This is not a matter between you and the winged race, but between you and us. I'm very sorry, there might be new and old friends coming to settle our grudges. We did not want to do this, but you are too much of a bully." Reaching out, he took out a scroll and unfurled it. On it, there was a lifelike image of a great peng. This was left behind by the distant ancestor of the winged race, the great peng immortal ancestor. It transformed into a pair of wings that spread across the heavens and earth. "Everyone will fight to the death." In the blink of an eye, the Venerable One unfurled the painting. Within a radius of the painting, nothing could escape from the wings spreading heaven and earth. Under the lockdown of the aura, the nearby airspace was emptied. Ordinary people only felt that they had no control over their own bodies. The power of the immortal scroll made it impossible for them to resist. She knew about winged heaven and earth. After interacting with the winged race for close to 10,000 years, some secrets were no longer secret. Among the generations of great pengs, there was one who became an immortal monarch. However, no one knew what kind of Tao he had attained or what kind of Tao he had attained. But one thing was for sure, it was definitely not an innate Tao. Among the two primordial kings, the Phoenix's natal great Tao was the luck Tao. The universe had the 5 fates, and the innate noble fate. However, it was precisely because the Tao of Phoenixes was a carnate Tao that Tao integration was extraordinarily difficult. To this day, not a single Phoenix had succeeded. The Great Peng was the exact opposite. Its Tao was very mixed, and it was not an innate Tao. In this aspect, it was slightly inferior to the phoenixes. However, misfortune was a blessing in disguise. It was precisely because its Tao was not that high-end that a great Peng actually managed to become an immortal monarch. Hence, it was back in front of the phoenixes. After this great Peng immortal monarch became an immortal, he drew a self-portrait of himself and threw it into the lower realm. That was how he created the wings spreading heaven. In fact, it was to protect this illegitimate bloodline of the winged race. There were so many great Peng bloodlines. Basically, as long as one had wings and was more powerful, they would more or less have a trace of the great Peng bloodline in them. The only difference was how many times they had interbred. However, among all the great Peng species, they favored the species that cooperated with humans the most, the winged race. Hence, they created such a space to protect them. Of course, this was also under the pressure of the human immortal monarch. Otherwise, the winged race would multiply and become a potential threat to the human world. This was the real backer of the winged race. Of course, as bastards, they were too embarrassed to say it out loud. Once this scroll was unfurled, the great Peng in the space would have an immortal body. There were also various other wonderful uses. Of course, because the winged race's bloodline was heterogeneous, they couldn't borrow too much power. However, their physical strength would increase by a few folds, and their divine abilities would also be expanded. As for the specific changes, it wasn't something that ordinary people could fully understand. According to her understanding, if it wasn't for this wings spreading heaven and earth scroll, when the 5 hidden wings fought against the swordsman, as long as the swordsman could move freely, victory would be just a matter of time. However, now that the environment had changed, it was a little unclear. Moreover, what did he mean by there were new and old swordsman friends? That must be the swordsman's hidden enemies among the human demigods. They must be using this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and avenge private grudges. This was also what she had been worried about all this time. At this point, the problem of Zerg's red halo had already been completely thrown to the back of her mind. It also made her completely understand that when the disciples of the Fragrant Clothes sect discovered Zerg's traces in the wings spreading heaven, they had been tricked by others. It was just that the other party had done it very covertly and seamlessly. On her side, there were 2 hairy people, big and small, and her strength wasn't worth mentioning. Under normal circumstances, she might not be able to fight against the 5 strongest hidden wings, not to mention the strengthened version. No matter how careful she was, she still fell into a situation where she couldn't recover. This was the will of the heavens, so what else could she say? From the moment she started leading the way, oh no, from the moment she followed this sword lunatic into the wings spreading heaven, this was the destined ending. What about the other party? 5 strengthened hidden wings, and a few unknown human demigods. There was almost no way to fight this battle. However, she could understand the reason why the winged race did this. If the swordsman ultimately died in the hands of the human demigods, although the winged race had provided the venue and participated in it, they were ultimately just accomplices and not the main culprits. This had created a leeway for the winged race's future prospect. These winged race were truly cunning. Every force had their own goals, including her own insignificant force. However, she still couldn't understand what the swordsman's goal was. He knew that it was a trap, yet he still jumped into it without a care for his own safety. He even jumped around and provoked her. What was his goal? Just because he was confident and wanted to fight to his heart's content. Humans would eventually die, even if they were cultivators. When she realized that she was in a situation where she couldn't recover, she extinguished any thoughts of thinking of a way out. At most, she would fight with all her might and die from exhaustion. It wasn't a big deal. Among all the existences in the wings spreading heaven and earth, she was the weakest link. She also didn't think of trying her best to meet up with the swordsman. What was the point? Apart from causing trouble for others, the only thing she could do for the swordsman now was to fight to the death far away from the core battlefield. She hoped to meet a hidden wing. At the very least, she wouldn't let down the incense robe sect for so many years of perseverance, and wouldn't die in the hands of the humans. Chapter 22-26. Wings spreading heaven and earth didn't seem to be anything special on the surface. The only difference between it and wings spreading heaven and earth was that it didn't even have a nebula. It was a pure blue sky with no cover and was most suitable for cultivators like the winged ones who focused on speed. Of course, it seemed like it wasn't bad for the swordsman either. However, to her, she still preferred an environment with stars, a cover, and something she could use. Because of the unique characteristics of the lavender sect's martial arts and her great path concept, it was a relatively pure Daoist lineage. But under the boundless sky, it was a naked clash of force. It was more primitive, more direct, and more crude. This wasn't her style of fighting. She flew a little aimlessly. She knew very well that if she flew in the direction of the aura fluctuation, she would most likely not meet the swordsman, but an opponent instead. Thus, there was no need for her to make things difficult for herself. Perhaps the first encounter would be the end of her 10,000 years of cultivation, but so what? Once she thought it through, it didn't matter. Perhaps the heavens pitied her, and as she wished, the first person she met was a hidden wing. She had met her third senior brother a few times, the armored man, who had always hated humans. At the very least, this made her realize that everyone was scattered when they were dragged into this, and not gathered together. However, she wasn't sure if the winged ones had a secret way of communicating with each other. In her opinion, as Da Peng's celestial painting, it should have such a function. The armored man also noticed this human girl. This made him a little disappointed. He had hoped that he would be the first to meet the swordsman. Because his abilities had improved, he was confident that he could deal with the swordsman. He wasn't the great divine wings, nor was he the human half-immortal trash. As one of the 5 hidden wings with the highest status in the winged race, he had his own pride. Although he was disappointed, it was still better to meet the swordsman. There were only 2 of them, and the probability of them meeting was still very low. He would use this human girl as a warm-up before settling the score with the swordsman. In their plan, no matter who encountered an opponent, they had to inform the others immediately. However, he personally felt that this rule was only applicable to swordsmen and was meaningless to this woman. If such an ordinary human demigod needed more than 2 hidden wings to deal with, then there was really no need for them to go to the origin world. He could not inform his companions. Otherwise, if 5th junior sister found out, she would definitely stop him from killing them. For the sake of a human friend, this junior sister of his was somewhat unable to distinguish the severity of the matter. There was nothing much to say. Let's meet in battle. Both of them had the same thought. What surprised the armored man was that the woman didn't choose to run away. Instead, she chose to fight. Did he know that he was going to die? The armored man performed a wing cord slash, and his invisible wings turned into a longbow. The eagle feathers were like arrows, and they shot out suddenly. The Tao state he was leaning towards was strength. This was also one of the great Taos that was most suitable for the winged man's body. To him, this Tao state was more inclined towards battle than immortality. Immortality was still too far away for the winged man, even before the era changed. For someone like him, before dreaming of becoming an immortal, the first thing he had to consider was how to survive. How could he bring the winged race to the origin world? This was a more practical goal. The woman waved her white hand, and a series of half-immortal tools floated out. Above her head, a translucent canopy with green trees appeared. This was half of her auspicious cloud. She cultivated the creation Tao. This innate great Tao was more inclined towards support and tenacity of life. However, in terms of attack, it was less than other Tao states. It was one of the few innate great Taos that didn't lean towards battle. It was more suitable for research, exploration, and cultivation. Therefore, a cultivator's attitude towards the great changes in the universe was often related to their choice of Tao state. If you chose slaughter, destruction, and thunder, you wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. Similarly, if you chose the creation Tao, the 5 ties, and so on, you would have to endure the dull loneliness. However, the creation Tao wasn't good at attacking, and that was only relatively speaking. In terms of gathering the auspicious cloud, it had another merit and opened up a new path. The woman was just interested in it, but it didn't mean that she didn't know about the dangers of the cultivation world. Every cultivator had to focus on protecting themselves. Therefore, her auspicious cloud was relatively more mature. She had at least 3,000 years of foundation. Moreover, the creation Tao's auspicious cloud was famous for its endless growth. The auspicious cloud defended itself, and the half-immortal tool attacked the opponent. This was the woman's most classic balance of attack and defense. This made the armored man feel very uncomfortable. In a battle with human cultivators, what he hated the most was being entangled with this kind of Daoist method that was weak in attack and strong in defense. It wasn't satisfying to fight, because the winged man's body couldn't display its greatest advantage in battle. He shockingly discovered that if it wasn't for the fact that his body's strength was increased by the winged heaven and earth, he might not be able to defeat this woman under normal circumstances. He had two options. One was to use his divine ability to deal with the opponent's half-immortal tool, and then focus on dealing with that half of the auspicious cloud. The other was to take a little risk. One's personality determined one's behavior. Moreover, he didn't want his companions to see that he was powerless in the hands of someone they thought was weak. The most important thing was that there were other human half-immortals in the winged heaven and earth. They were here to deal with the swordsman, not the lavender sect. Once the humans discovered the existence of this woman, they would definitely come out to mediate. Then, he would no longer have the chance to kill this human half-immortal Kuan Xiu who had been opposing the winged man for many years. In the previous war, although this woman wasn't the main force, her large-scale supportability played a very important role in the war. Even many of his clansmen were killed in that war. He had always wanted to take revenge, and now was the best opportunity. He had his own unique method to deal with the auspicious cloud, and that was to plant himself in it. The auspicious cloud, which was based on the great Tao of creation, was characterized by its powerful regenerative ability. If you couldn't destroy it in one strike, it would immediately recover, reflecting the miraculous ability of the concept of creation. His attack was very strong, and his strength was especially sufficient. However, his weakness was that he wasn't flexible enough in the suppression of the Tao realm. This was a common problem left behind by the winged man who was proficient in divine abilities. The heavenly Tao was fair. It wouldn't give you a divine ability and an extraordinary comprehension ability of the Tao realm. This was a kind of balance. The sharpness of his powerful attack was only relative to ordinary half-immortals. It hadn't reached the abnormal level of Lu Xiaoyi. Therefore, he could only destroy 60 to 70% of the auspicious cloud every time. He couldn't penetrate it. If it was Lu Xiaoyi, he would use the Tao realm of creation to penetrate the last 30 to 40% of the auspicious cloud. However, he couldn't do it. Therefore, he came up with the idea of planting himself in the auspicious cloud. What he relied on was the combination of his strength and divine ability. This was the foundation of the winged man's battle. It wasn't difficult to plant himself in the auspicious cloud, because in terms of movement, he was much better than the swordsman. Chapter 22-27. The vegetarian couldn't escape. Compared to the winged man, she was just a turtle. Looking at the armored man circling in the sky, she pointed her finger and a gourd in front of her spewed out a green light. This was the earth-dissolving breath, which was the reverse application of the creation path to hasten the growth of all living things. It was usually used when there was a deviation in the process of life, giving life a chance to start over. It was mainly suitable for plants, but it could also be used on living things. Reverse application could be a kind of healing process, but with a little change, it could also be a means of killing. The vegetarian was deeply immersed in this aspect, and it was also her main means of attack. The main reason was that her other means were relatively ordinary and their effects were ordinary. It was purely dependent on the strength of cultivation. Only the earth-dissolving breath could really erode the foundation of a life, especially for a cultivation creature with a general understanding of the Tao realm. The armored man actually didn't care much about her other means. The woman had several half-immortal treasures with different functions, but he could even resist most of them. However, He didn't want to touch the breath from the gourd because he knew that it would be troublesome if he touched it. Perhaps he wouldn't die immediately, but this reverse process of life would make him feel like he was dead and lose part of his fighting capacity. It was very annoying. Although the green light was strong, it was useless if it couldn't hit the target. Although it didn't have wings, the movement ability of the hidden wings was extraordinarily unpredictable. It was combined with a part of the spatial ability, and it couldn't be represented by speed alone. The green light hit the armored man, but his body had already turned into a clear light. When he reappeared, he was very close to the vegetarian. This set of close combat methods had been used many times, so the vegetarian knew how to deal with it. Before the green light from the gourd condensed again, she still had several powerful treasures to play a role of resistance. The yin-yang spectroscopic mirror was stimulated by the vegetarian, and the shadow of the winged man appeared in the mirror. This was to prevent the armored man from using the space mirror image again. She didn't use it before because the distance was too far and she couldn't figure out the exact location of the winged man. She couldn't aim at the target, so of course, it would take twice the effort for half the result. Now that she was close, it was easy to cover. Once the yin-yang spectroscopic light was taken down, all that was left was pure attack. In the previous battles, the armored men were usually forced to retreat at this stage. This was also the most effective method for the non-armored men who were not good at close combat. There were different ways to fight between half-immortals. Some were good at instant magic arts, some were good at weapons, and some stood in formation. At this level, it couldn't simply understand how powerful instant magic arts were. Those who played with weapons. In fact, there was no half-immortal who didn't know magic instant magic art. It was unimaginable that a cultivator who was only one step the immortal's immortal. The instant magic art had more variations and combinations, more tactical options, and a higher degree of freedom. It was a means of active attack and change, which was the favorite of combat-type cultivators. On the other hand, the instant magic art relied on treasures to pursue greater power. It could exert power to the extreme, so you had to dodge and defend. But relatively speaking, the instant magic art had fewer variations and limited tactical options. After all, there were only a few truly powerful treasures. No matter how many variations there were, the combinations were limited. It was suitable for conservative cultivators, such as the vegetarian. Her real expertise was in group support in large-scale cultivation battlefield. But when it came to individual fights, her expertise didn't have much meaning. Therefore, when the armored man got close to her, her counterattack method was relatively monotonous. The yin-yang spectroscopic mirror covered the real body of the winged man, and the two treasures immediately shone brightly. One was a sharp eyebrow pencil, and the other was a nail clipper. Both treasures were tough and sharp. She could see very clearly that if she used a completely Taoist method to restrict the agile winged man, she would always feel a little slow and unable to keep up with the changes. Instead, it was strength against strength. Although she couldn't kill the opponent, since her purpose was only to stop the opponent, the power of the two treasures was enough. Finally, it depended on her gourd's earth-melting breath. The armored man patted the top of his head, and a supernatural power immediately appeared. His body instantly became golden red, and he entered the ancient bloodline time of a few breaths. This kind of supernatural power actually had side effects on the winged man's body. But in a relatively special environment like the winged man's heaven and earth, there were no restrictions. This was the invisible benefit that the picture scroll brought to the winged man. The sharp eyebrow pencil couldn't make a mark, and the nail clipper also failed to make a mark on the golden red body. In such a short moment of collision, the distance between the two was much closer. The armored man was eager to advance, while the vegetarian was calm in the face of danger. Just as the sharp eyebrow pencil and nail clipper failed to achieve anything, two more treasures shot out. One was the rouge buckle, and the other was the sea-calming pearl necklace. These two treasures required the treasures to fly out on their own to be effective. The rouge buckle was a shackle made of pure gold. One end locked the enemy, while the other was connected to the front star. Once it was locked, the entire person would be bound by the huge star, and following that would be a series of methods. The sea-calming pearl necklace was a shackle made of pure water. The water was formless, but it had a myriad of transformations. It was the softest and most yin water shackle the enemy. It was the least afraid of powerful opponents, because no matter how much one struggled or changed shape, the water shackles would still bind tightly. There was no such thing as breaking the shackles would be impossible. With this kind of shackle, the victim wouldn't be able to break free in a short period of time. The armored man was expressionless. He continued to rush forward, and the advantage of his speed was brought to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the rouge buckle had locked his ankle, and the sea-calming pearl necklace had wrapped around his waist. However, he smiled strangely, and his entire golden-red body suddenly faded away, just like a snake shedding its skin. Of course, those with wings wouldn't have the ability to shed their skin like scales. However, even if he couldn't shed his skin, he could change his hair. This was a very special ability of hidden wings, known as the undressing ability. Through this kind of new look, he could remove all the shackles placed on his body. The rouge buckle locked a calloused skin, and the sea-calming pearl necklace locked a pile of white hair. The distance between them had already reached the edge of a dangerous close-range state. The ordinary person was still calm. She was very clear that if she were to use her escape technique now, with the difference in speed, it would be very difficult for her to have the time to activate her treasures. Close to 10,000 years of cultivation was to cultivate this heart of great Tao. Every time she was in danger, she would naturally enter a meditative state. She didn't move, and was as steady as Mount Tai. Finally, two treasures flashed. One was the nodding hairpin, and the other was the retreating hair ornament. The nodding hairpin was a close-range hairpin. Its range of use was very limited, and it was the last resort of the ordinary person's close-range attack. Although it was called a treasure, it was actually connected to her mind. Every nodding hairpin was an attempt to seek spiritual resonance. Under 3 nodding hairpins, they would definitely synchronize, and what followed would be a spiritual storm. It was hard to say who would win, but it could instantly pull the close-range battle into the rhythm of a spiritual battle. It would advance into an indescribably dangerous spiritual confrontation, and it was a little bit of a suicidal stance. The retreating hair ornament was used in conjunction with the nodding hairpin. The nodding hairpin was used for spiritual confrontation, and the retreating hair ornament's function was to ensure that the most basic safe distance between the owner and the opponent was maintained during the process of spiritual confrontation. After the ordinary person had mastered this set of attack and defense, this was her first time using it in actual combat. Chapter 22-28. At the last moment, humans were always able to erupt with astonishing battle prowess. Even if it was a woman, the armored man was already very careful, but this woman's various methods still gave him a headache. He was not willing to enter a spiritual storm with a human. Demonic beasts were incomparably strong physically, but even so, humans were still able to dominate the cultivation world of the universe by relying on their spiritual power. Spiritual power was not only a matter of spiritual power, but also the essence and application of spiritual power. In this aspect, humans were far superior to any other species in the universe. Humans had faith, techniques, and incomparable tenacity in their spiritual power. This was the best way for humans to deal with non-human species. Using each person's strong points and avoiding their weak points was the true essence of battle. If a normal person wanted to bypass their physical power and compete with their spiritual power, he naturally wanted to bypass their spiritual power and compete with their physical power and bloodline. Under normal circumstances, when his opponent used the nodding hairpin, his best option would be to use his movement speed to quickly get away from the nodding hairpin's resonating range. Then, he would fight from afar and slowly come up with a plan. He would still be able to win, but it would consume a lot of time. However, now that he was in Immortal Peng's self-portrait, he didn't need to be so careful. With a long cry, the rock's blood boiled. The ancient and thin rock's bloodline was originally unable to boil because the concentration was not high enough. But here, with Immortal Peng's help, this critical point was ignored. Under the boiling of the rock's blood, The hairpin had only nodded once before it was blown to pieces by the violent power of the bloodline. This was also the common weakness of all spiritual treasures. They placed too much emphasis on spiritual power, but their bodies were not solid enough. The hairpin was destroyed, and the ornament was destroyed as well. The few other treasures in front of the woman were destroyed as well. At such a close distance, the immortal's bloodline was boiling. The power of the bloodline was so great that it was beyond the capabilities of the woman. With a long cry, the armored man broke through the final limit of distance and charged forward. The normal person's eyes were cold, as if the loss of her treasures had nothing to do with her. The auspicious cloud turned and aimed in the direction of the enemy, charging forward. She had never been good at such crude close combat, but at the last moment, she did not mind facing the enemy head-on. Cultivators from the front star did not retreat when facing the winged race. This was the reason why they could rely on the strength of one star to contend against the entire winged race for hundreds of thousands of years. Her response was not a problem from the beginning to the end, but in the end, he still fell into the armored man's trap when he went up against the auspicious cloud. In fact, the most effective, wretched, and shameless thing to do at such a time was to turn around and run, wait for the rock's blood to boil to pass. Due to the continuous use of God art, the armored man's current situation wasn't as unstoppable as it seemed. He could no longer maintain his speed, his power had to be slowed down, and his god art had to be recharged. However, Su Ren wasn't an expert in battle. She was lacking in experience. Originally, she had been able to maintain her steadfast Dao heart and deal with it normally. However, in the end, she was stirred up by the aura of the armored man and made a huge mistake. Using the auspicious clouds to clash with the armored man's blood rock before the duration of the armored man's blood rock was over was exactly what the opponent wanted. It was really not easy. The armored man was secretly relieved. His head collided with his opponent's auspicious cloud, but he wasn't sent flying like a normal situation. Instead, his head blended into the cloud. It was as if his body was no longer that of the winged race, which was known for its strength, but more like a puddle of water. When the rock blood boiled, wasn't it just a pool of burning blood? The auspicious clouds of creation grew and multiplied endlessly. The immortal rock blood burned his life. The direct result of this contact was that the rock blood boiled and began to absorb energy from the auspicious clouds like a whale sucking in water. In an instant, the armored man was like a burning god. A faintly discernible winged creature appeared behind his back. At first glance, it looked a little like a phoenix, but upon closer inspection, it was different. It was less noble and more wild. The rock blood burned more and more vigorously, and the auspicious clouds became more and more shriveled. The speed was so fast that before Su Ren could react, she had already been sucked in and couldn't break free. The auspicious clouds were magical and extraordinary. They were the ultimate attack and defense of a half-immortal cultivator. They were closely related to the cultivator's spirit, elemental energy, and even spirituality. It could be said that they were the continuation of life. Once she was sucked in, she was destined to end up as a Su Ren. A beautiful human being would be sucked dry. This was the armored man's battle strategy. The core was the rock blood boiling. Although it was difficult in the early stages, when Su Ren joined in at the end, the plan went exceptionally smoothly. Once she was sucked in, unless he stopped on his own initiative, this woman wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Secretly contacting the higher-ups of the winged people and borrowing my junior sister's soft-heartedness. Hurry up and tell me, what are you scheming? The armored man was very pleased with himself. Although the process was very dangerous, the result was very beautiful. It was a perfect kill. Su Ren's heart was like dead ashes. She knew that her struggle would end here. This kind of death was incomparably sullen. She couldn't even take him down with her, because the more she erupted with her potential, the more she provided the opponent with the rock blood boiling. She was strong, but the enemy was stronger. In the end, it was a joke. Therefore, she didn't struggle anymore. Since she couldn't break off this kind of sucking, after the auspicious clouds were sucked dry, her life potential would be absorbed. This kind of death wouldn't even allow her to be reborn. Because the energy needed for rebirth wouldn't be present. Smiling faintly, he began to tidy up his appearance. People who are scheming see everything as a scheme, with light in their hearts. The world is incomparably beautiful. The winged people entered the world with this kind of mentality. Without needing anyone to kill them, they would die from exhaustion. It's just a matter of taking a step first or a step later. The armored man laughed loudly. Every human will be like you before they die. It's as if they have comprehended some kind of true meaning of life. It's just a hypocritical desire to survive, wanting to arouse the sympathy of others. It's a pity that you got the wrong target. We, the winged people, are born to live. We want to live brilliantly. Death is death. We want to die with a bang. Unlike you, it's as if death is just another beginning. It's filled with a sense of ritual. It's just cowardly people deceiving themselves. While laughing, the suction didn't decrease in the slightest. Instead, it became even more powerful. It wasn't that the winged people didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. But even if Su Ren was a peerless beauty, that was only among humans. But in the winged people race, such beauties could be found everywhere. Especially the half-immortal hidden wings, for example, his junior sister. This human girl was truly hateful. Of all things, she just had to come to winged sky to seduce fifth junior sister, this kind of winged people's beauty. Because of him, this kind of outstanding winged people half-immortal, his junior sister had never looked him in the eye. This girl deserved to die. Because she had brought those bad habits of humans to the winged people. They were all like this. Male with male, female with female. Sooner or later, the race would be severed. They had to kill to stop the same. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.